is what has been shaped.
All right, let me know how the video looks this time.
To change maybe the truth.
I'm going to try and cue it up on my tablet because now I'm streaming from my phone.
Creators that I have, some that I adore, some that I don't adore.
So give me a second here because I like to be able to look at it too.
Illustrators of all time. To just pin him to comics would be wrong, but he's one of the greatest illustrators of all time. He has taken shots at myself, Jim Lee, Todd McFarlane.
Usually I've already been working for almost an hour and a half.
I've shared with you those interviews in his words, not mine.
All right, let's see.
I didn't parse them. I didn't interpret them. That's what we do here at Raw Observations. I just give it to you straight from the source. I give you the dates. I give you the timing. I give you sometimes memos from Marvel.
Oh, that looks better.
Back and forth. In the future, it could be texts and emails. I have been sitting on so much stuff that I feel like it may be time to bring some of that.
Oh, does that look better, though?
I do see that
actually, that doesn't look that much better, does it?
Change narratives with skewed.
Is it better? What do you think, guys? I don't want to do this if it looks pixelated to me. I'm looking at YouTube on my tablet, and it looks pixelated.
The one thing that is the benchmark of the show, the pillar of the show. I think the thing.
No, I don't think this is better.
Is that I just give you the facts and the figures. You have all said over your course of listening to this show that we bring the receipts. We do bring the receipts because, as I will emphasize.
Maybe it's because I'm looking at it on my tablet. Let me look on my computer real quick. Give me a second.
Times, dates. They exist now. So much.
Here, you guys can just look at the page as I go look at my computer.
It's only going to live on from me reading it from the page. I'll give you the page number. I'll give you the date of the magazine. If by chance you can obtain one, you'll see that they match up. Raw Observations celebrates comic books, the comic book creators, and the characters that have been created. These aren't created by some magical button in a closet. There was a commercial that was really prevalent years ago for Staples, the office supply warehouse, and you hit the easy button and you got an eraser, you got a stapler, you got whatever. I was like, just ask.
I'm checking, guys. Give me a second.
Supply will come up. It occurred to me at the time that's how the big publishers would like to think the creation is. They're just a giant Marvel or DC button.
Oh wait, that's not that bad.
You get a character, except that's not how it is. That's never been how it is. It's the blood, sweat, and tears of comic book creators who strain themselves trying to not only entertain you, but keep their jobs, keep sales high, maybe get a bonus in the process. Maybe
yeah, that doesn't look that bad. All right, I'm going to do some inking on this.
At their studio,
and I'll try and look over at the chat on my tablet every now and then, but I can't guarantee it. So
by creating something
there you go, pinning the message at the top for backing Kor-Drath. And yeah, I don't think that looks bad.
And excite you in the process. When Jeff Johns and Robert Kirkman have come up to me and told me that as kids they were shocked.
I'll get this worked out, but for now, I think that looks good.
They're like, Rob, I was so, I couldn't believe it. It was like the biggest twist.
All right, now I'm back at my drawing table.
It made me so excited for X-Force. Those words were said to me by, again, two celebrated comic book authors as well as screenwriters. These gentlemen have success in multimedia.
Well, draw and talk. I don't know about the talking. Well, you get to listen to Rob Liefeld's podcast.
In their 20s, how much
I won't be talking much.
In my 20s may have influenced their career path. Okay? That is something that is the fulfillment of what I'm telling you. I sat there at my drawing table trying to exact change, take my career to another place, and in doing so, excite you and electrify you by giving you an experience that you didn't know was coming or you didn't imagine could be as satisfying as it was. Fill in every comic book creator. Marv Wolfman.
Can't chat and ink, buddy.
Or the Titans, or one of the amazing Nova. One of the incredible.
Can't look at the camera and do this at the same time. So.
Wolverine's first appearance, or writing the seminal 1975 Giant Size X-Men #1, which reintroduces an all-new team of X-Men and reset the entire comics industry. Because without that, I'm not sure what course the industry takes. comic book creators, their accomplishments. That's what we celebrate, and we bring the data here at Robservations. And I try and do it in the most entertaining and informative way that I possibly can. But if you ever wondered, what is this show about? Hopefully, I just was able to share the source of the passion and the inspiration. Now make certain that I will give you my opinion during these shows, but it will also be very clearly marked as an opinion, not as data, not as sales figures or facts and dates, because those are kind of important. The data matters, and we do data here on the show pretty regularly. And if you're ever going to ask me, like, well, Rob, what are some of your favorite shows that have happened on Robservations? Those episodes, they're a couple of years back now, where I grabbed sales figures from the late 60s and the 70s, telling you the sales of stuff like Batman or Superman, of their families of books. The sales figures in the 70s of the Marvel Spider-Man books, the Fantastic Four books. We have generously shared with you whenever we unearth some of this very informative data. That's the stuff that I love to share with you. I think that's the stuff that you guys react really strongly to as well. So thank you for listening to this show. Forgive me for this kind of 15-minute primer on what we do as a show. And let me get straight to a topic of consideration today, which is $1 million pages. The $1 million pages. We've had some great debates. I have raised some curiosity among people, raised some ire among people. $1 million pages, if you aren't aware of what I'm discussing and you're new to this show, the world of original art has exploded over the last really 15 years, and it has definitely taken a giant leap in the last 6 years. The auction houses. Heritage is your premier auction house. It is the undisputed king of collectibles art. Those auctions command huge eyeballs and even bigger dollars. But alongside Heritage, some of the smaller houses, Comic Link, Comic Connect, Hakes, have all weighed in. Each of these different auction houses has been obtaining some significant works. Everybody over the last 2 years has had one of those, wow, they got that page. And trust me, these auction houses that are competing with Heritage want good stuff, and they're willing to deal in order to be
hey, you leave my nails alone.
To be the facilitator of those pages.
I'm a dude. I don't get manicures.
And the big art is what is going to do it. Because of some of the significant sales in the recent years, a $3 million Spider-Man Secret Wars interior page, $1 million dropped, $2 million, $1 million dropped on Dark Knight artwork covers. I put the focus on, well, what do we think is $1 million pages? And lo and behold, that.
I wonder what would happen if my phone rings when I'm doing this.
And I am stopped by other.
Guess we might find out.
Shows like San Diego, at smaller art collecting shows, and people have debated rabidly. Well, what do you think this? What do you think this? For instance, the cover to Wolverine #1, the Frank Miller illustrated miniseries, the first proper spin-off of Wolverine. That's going for $1 million. I don't know if it's $2 million. It's going for $1 million. If it shows up, someone's paying big dollars to take that off the table. People say, well, it's a better piece than me of the Dark Knight. That doesn't really matter. For my opinion, it is a better piece as well. I think the illustration and the shot itself is stronger, even though I think the Dark Knight stuff is great. But it is the first proper spin-off of Wolverine. It is the first Wolverine #1. It holds some historical aspects with it as well. It's not always the drawing that's going to win the day. It's the same as comic books. You can be the best artist. That doesn't mean you're going to be the most popular. The best artist, the guy who draws something correctly, has rarely ever been the best. Do you think the best singer in the world is going to sell the most albums? It never works out that way. Maybe the most nasally voice, or are we going to sit and argue with the fact that Britney Spears was popular? Are you also going to try and tell me that she was the best vocalist of all time? She wasn't. But that doesn't mean that people didn't completely buy into her song and her voice and her style of seeing at that time. Comic book art is subjective as always, but I think we could probably agree on some certain pages. I think that people have told me that they think the cover to Amazing Spider-Man 300 is $1 million page. I'll take their word for it. It's not something that I can conceivably, like, it's popular. Would it hit 1 million? Based on the collectors who have pulled me aside, and these are some big time guys. These are some big time comic book art collectors. They have told me absolutely, Rob, it will be. So I'll take their word for it. Todd's previous high on a cover is in the 600,000s. And after that, it's been a couple thousand below. That is the threshold. That is the highest art of kind of the modern guys. Myself, Jim Lee, Mark Silvestri. So the debate rages on. Secret Wars #1, that incredible Mike Zeck cover. I think it gets $1 million. I think it gets $1 million, like, going away, hands down. Like, it's not even an issue. It just gets a giant number. Do I think that number is 7 figures? I do. Now, at the end of the day, when you get up to those giant high 6 figures, 700,000, 800,000, that's some really rarefied air. And getting these guys to slug it out can sometimes be an issue. Well, lo and behold, on the heels of Deadpool Wolverine and its near $1 billion gross after about 11 days, because it is on track. All the weekend headlines were this thing is a freight train looking to pass $1 billion in a matter of days. It's been out about 11 days. As I record this, it is certainly going to cross $1 billion. At that point, then it's sky's the limit. Does it do 1.5 billion? I'm on the safe side if it does 1.5 billion. That would put it somewhere in either the 11 or 10 spot, and right ahead of it, if it doesn't completely get over 1.5, it may be sitting looking up at Inside Out 2, which shocked everybody with its incredible performance this summer. But Deadpool Wolverine is definitely a locomotive train, and it is on a runaway trip. And in the wake of this, they covered a New Mutants 98, the very first cover, the comic book that introduced Deadpool to the world, written and illustrated by the host of this show, me, has been offered by Heritage Auctions, formerly offered at $7.5 million. $7.5 million. One more time for the people in the nosebleeds. $7.5 million is the asking price for the cover to New Mutants 98. I was as stunned as you are. But no less thrilled. No less thrilled. We are in rarefied air here. Now, I hear you. That's asking price. That's not sales price. I get it. But all summer long, I've read about a $60 million mansion that Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez share. And it hasn't sold yet. But every headline has it's a $60 million mansion. $60 million mansion. There's a $60 million mansion for sale that Ben and Jen once occupied together. It hasn't sold yet, but that asking price gets all the eyeballs. This may not sell for $7.5 million, but it is officially being valued by whoever owns it as a $7.5 million piece of art. And if you want to wrest it from their hands, that's what it's going to cost. So, big number. Am I laughing? Yes, I'm laughing. It's fun. Already people have been blowing up my phone. What did you sell it for? Why does that matter? I sold it 25 years ago for a price that at the time was the highest price anybody had paid for my art. People ask all the time, and if you were to grab Jim Lee or Todd, I was at Todd's, for instance, I was at his house in summer 2009, and he said he didn't have very many Spider-Man pages left, over hundreds and hundreds of pages that he produced, penciled, inked. He had no covers left. He said, remember we were just selling that stuff, just so happy people would give us $1,000 or a couple $100. I mean, our original art was really part of our kind of complementary adjacent income on top of what we were getting paid. And it was fun to go, hey, I sold this for $5,000. No, I sold this for $6,000. And the one-upsmanship that occurred. Sotheby's auction in 1991. I'm sorry, maybe actually it was either end of 91 or early 92. Both X-Force #1 and X-Men #1, the entire issues went for $50,000 each. Same buyer, one guy. spent $50,000 on Jim's X-Men #1. Some spent $50,000 on my X-Force #1. At the time, that was seen as big, big money. Yes, I sold that. Yes, I got that cut. That was hysterical. That was fun. We are in a different realm now. We are in a completely different zone, and $1 Million Pages has taken on an all new meaning, with the cover of New Mutants 98 being offered officially for $7.5 million. I'm doing a podcast and not mentioning this. You gotta be kidding me, right? This happened. It's the morning of. This has gone out. I've seen it. I've read the press release. I see that it's popping up everywhere. Look, it's extremely flattering that character and that art, that moment in time, this historical, recorded as the first appearance. That's really the history and the excitement behind it. That it is now given this incredible value. Can't stop smiling. It's a fun notion to have. I can think of a lot less fun things to wake up to bright and early in the morning, and this isn't one of them. This really does bring a giant smile on my face, and it will be interesting how this played out. But $1 Million Pages has taken a new wrinkle, and New Mutants 98, $7.5 million heritage. They are standing by, awaiting your call. So as we continue to power through this episode at lightning speed, the primary subject today was going to be the untold tales of certain comic book series and from certain comic book creators. Sometimes some of the most interesting stuff is the stuff that didn't actually make it to press for whatever reason, whether it was editorial, whether it was the creators taking an early leave from the book. Whatever the reason, not every run that you ever experienced was the completed run that the creator had in his mind when he first started out. And there are two very specific, I think very fun instances that we're going to share today. I know we dabbled in this before, but specifically unfinished storylines, unrealized storylines, aborted storylines, whatever I'm going to call this when I put it in the header. One of the most famous runs in all of comics is the legendary run, we've cited it so often here, and here we are again, by John Byrne, Terry Austin, Chris Claremont, that made the X-Men the mega red hot bestseller classic run that it is. Those stories continue to be collected fresh each and every year, almost annually. They're eternally available on digital download in digital libraries from Marvel, Kindle, Amazon. I mean, you can interact with this stuff. Hardcovers, soft covers, slipcase editions, art books. That John Byrne and Chris Claremont X-Men run is literally why the phrase "the stuff of legends" exists. Well, John Byrne and Terry Austin leave the book in December of 1980 is their last issue. It caps off this splendid run.
So is the video quality still good for you guys, or should I just call it and redo it once I get a better camera system?
Solo Christmas issue that followed the just riveting two-part Days of Future Past, which shook comic book fandom on its ass, on its tail. I was there. I was one of them. Just rocked me. I was 12, and it just rocked my world. I was like, wait, where's John Byrne going? Well, he was going over to Fantastic Four to do this extended 5-year run, which next to Stan Lee and Jack Kirby's seminal 101 issues is, for me and my money, the second best run, and really competitively is their issue for issue giving Stan and Jack a run for its money. Just the two best runs the series ever saw was by Stan, Jack, and John Byrne, who was honoring them at the same time he was deconstructing them and bringing all sorts of new ideas and fresh wrinkles to the series. He did a run on Captain America that fell short, and we've discussed it here on a dedicated podcast.
Looks good, much better than before. But is it still pixelated? Because if I was using my actual live streaming camera, it would look great.
And what do you have planned to do? You're going to hear it today, because I can't think of a more exciting topic to kick off.
I think art streams need to have really good visuals, and that's what I want for you guys.
John Byrne continuation of X-Men. So for specific receipts and data, let it be recorded that John Byrne in 2006 first came forward and said that he found this, and it is on the back of an art board, a drawing he did of Wolverine, and in his own handwriting, if you've seen John Byrne's handwriting, as many of us have over the course of his illustrious career, he has scribbled out all these notes. It was an outline for what was to come in the X-Men books while he was doing it. It spans from 1979 through 1980 and then into 1981. Now, there are some very specific changes, especially given how they occur after Dark Phoenix. Dark Phoenix is wrapped up in X-Men 137. Jim Shooter altered that issue. They were already post Dark Phoenix drawing X-Men 138 at the time that Jim Shooter said, this is not going to press like this. Dark Phoenix, in the context of the story, had destroyed issues earlier, engulfed.
Okay, I'll keep going.
And killed all of the citizens of that planet. There is a group of aliens looking up in the air as the Phoenix Force is destroying them, and so she presumably killed millions of people when she destroys and consumes this planet with her Phoenix Force, when Jean Grey is evil as Dark Phoenix. The idea was, at the end of the confrontation with the other kind of representatives of different galaxies, among them the Shi'ar with their Imperial Guards, they acted as the Galactic Police, arrested Jean Grey, quarreled and fought with the X-Men, and ultimately the decision that had come down from Chris Claremont, John Byrne, and the creative team was they were going to lobotomize Jean Grey, make her forget that it ever happened, basically send her all the way back to kind of a teenage awareness Jean Grey, and reintroduce her back into Charles Xavier's school, where she would relearn her relationships. She no longer even knew who Scott Summers was. They'd have to fall in love if that was possible. This was kind of a reset for the character. Jim Shooter said, no way. That is not a proper consequence for someone who has, just committed the mass murder that she had. So he put down the decree that she had to die. Now, I know for a fact, in my original art from 138, of which I have several pages, many of which are brand new panels, pencil and ink by John Byrne, pasted over existing art that had Scott Summers and Jean Grey walking through the gardens of the X-Men Mansion. And when it changed instead to become a eulogy for Jean Grey, and in essence a retrospect of the X-Men's history, that's what X-Men 138 actually, the published version, turned out to be. They had to scramble and cover up existing art, and I have, again, 3 pages with panels of the Jean Grey, the newly arriving Jean Grey post-lobotomy of X-Men 137. And she is walking among the gardens, again, with Scott Summers. And so new panels have been pasted over. If you put it up to the light, if I put a lamp underneath the pages, you can see them clearly. I've had people say, Rob, as a historian, you need to take those panels off. That's not going to happen on my watch. I can see them underneath when I put them up to the light, put them on a light table, and I can see very clearly what's underneath. And it's cool that that's there, but I am not going to be the one that is tearing off the panels that are pasted over the finished panels by John Byrne and Terry Austin, the stuff that's on print. So there was a totally different outcome intended for Jean Grey, Dark Phoenix, the Phoenix Saga, and Jim Shooter said that's not happening. They redid the ending, and if you've known it, if you've read X-Men 137, and you, especially if you read it in real time and you were alongside people like myself who were 12 years old at the time, you were rocked to your core in a very consequential act by Jean Grey. Well, on John Byrne's list here, he has post-Dark Phoenix, and here he has, starting in X-Men 135, so two issues earlier. Now, this outline he puts forth in 1979. This is what he believes is happening now. It is on record. Other other Marvel editors have recorded this as well. Tom Brevoort speaks about it occasionally on his blog. That Byrne and Claremont were at odds, given that Byrne felt he was taking over the writing and plotting of the book, and Claremont was not scripting it per his directions. This is what John Byrne said left him to lead the X-Men. That he was doing most of the work, and Chris wasn't honoring his intentions with the story that he was putting forth. This has been disputed for years, but Jim Shooter ultimately, when asked to decide, said, Chris, you're going to stay with the X-Men. John, you get whatever you want. Here's the entire candy shop. John took Fantastic Four. For briefly, he took Captain America. Eventually, he spun off his own characters, Alpha Flight, that he introduced to the pages of X-Men, giving Marvel a brand new team book featuring Canadian superheroes that went on to be the #1 bestseller, the best-selling launch in Marvel's history at the time in 1983. So John was extremely accomplished and came out on top given his split from the X-Men. But it is clear by these notes as far back as 1979 that John had a very specific idea in terms of his storylines for the X-Men. 135, the Dark Phoenix saga has been wrapped up, and it is called The Split Up. Issue 136 is called The Split Up Part 2. And issue 137 is The Split Up Part 3. And in August of 1980, X-Men number 139 says Robot Cyclops Part 1. And the next one says Robot Cyclops Part 2, Doctor Strange enters. Issue 141 was not Days of Future Past. It was Robot Cyclops Part 2, and Ultron is introduced. And then issue 142, Robot Cyclops Part 4, Avengers versus X-Men. Big crossover. In December, with issue 143, he has the X-Men reunited. So for several issues, starting in 136, 135, the X-Men split up. And I don't know if this is solo adventures, kind of the same way that he handled Alpha Flight, giving, when he launched Alpha Flight, every single issue of Alpha Flight, you weren't getting a team book, you were getting each of them off on separate adventures until they came together for one adventure every 6 or 7 issues. When it says X-Men 135 split up, it has Wolverine and Nightcrawler as if they're on an adventure together. 136 says split up Part 2, it has Storm as if the spotlight is on her. The next issue, 137, is spotlight on Colossus with split up Part 3. Split up again Part 4 is Cyclops, and Robot Cyclops enters, which introduces a new four issue storyline that culminates with the Avengers battling the X-Men. Can you imagine John Byrne at his peak, Terry Austin at his peak, doing an Avengers X-Men battle instead of the Days of Future Past storyline that we got? Wild, just wild. When they are reunited in issue 143, the new Blob enters the picture, as he did in X-Men 141, the beginning of Days of Future Past. But he then, with January's 144 issue, it says Breeder issue. Those are called day in the life issues. George Perez and Marv Wolfman talked about them extensively, and look no further to their original Teen Titans run, issue number 7. The entire issue is called A Day in the Life, and it's the Titans in their private lives, getting haircuts, getting groceries, going to the park, having dates. It's no superheroes, no threats until the last page. But you are given an entire issue off. Breather, I believe, is that issue. But then here is the big deal. In X-Men 146 and 147, John Byrne has in his notes Sabertooth 1 and Sabertooth Part 2. And Sabertooth Part 1 is the death of Mariko. Sabertooth Part 2 is the death of Sabertooth. This would have rocked everybody. We talked about Wolverine fighting Sabertooth a few weeks earlier. How Marvel danced and didn't actually put them at each other's throats until 1986, kind of instigating this 6-year kind of waiting session, as we had read the interviews with John Byrne where he claimed that they were father and son, and yet they kept them at arm's length, and finally the Mutant Massacre set them out against each other in artwork and great battles depicted by Rick Leonardi and Alan Davis. Well, X-Men 146 and X-Men 147 were going to be this 2-part Sabertooth story. Death of Mariko, death of Sabertooth. This is what John Byrne specifically had to say about these issues. He came forward and in his own words, he said, I'm breaking my own rule here, but I'm going to address this. And he did. He shared with us what he was going to do in regards to this conflict that he had set up. In his own words, reading right now. He says, something that jumped out at my notes in the death of Marigo reference. This was going to be a hugely powerful story. In fact, when this list was made, and the death of Phoenix not even in the cards yet, this is John Byrne from his John Byrne message boards, okay? This is him typing this out, posting this for the members of his boards. With the death of Phoenix not even in the cards yet, it was probably the most powerful story that we had planned. I'm going to break down one of my own rules here, since I have at one time where I'm going to discuss most of the details of Mariko's death as I had worked it out. So here it is all together for those who haven't seen it before, and even those who have. Sabertooth attacks Mariko as a way of getting the Wolverine. He brutalizes her beyond imagining. Nothing sexual. This is sheer animalistic violence. He leaves her dead, torn and bleeding in an alley. Leaves her for dead, torn and bleeding in an alley. She isn't dead, though, and the X-Men, tracking Sabertooth, find her. They race her to the hospital, and over the next several issues, she is lying in a coma on life support. Other things occupy the X-Men's time for a while, but their thoughts keep coming back to Mariko. Wolverine returns to her bedside as often as he can. Her condition remains unchanged. For those unaware, in the earlier, in like X-Men, around 118, 1920, they were flying, they were traveling home from the Savage Land, and they landed in Japan, and as we covered here in our observations, Chris Claremont and John Byrne were huge fans of James Clavell's Shogun novel, which had become a bestseller in the late 70s, not yet the NBC miniseries that would take over and break all ratings in 1980. But the novel was out there, and Mariko was the popular love interest of Shogun, and it was clear to me at the time, my mom had read Shogun, and she had talked about it incessantly, that Chris and John were revisiting that same territory, introducing our own X-Men Gaijin-styled character to this very delicate, powerful character, Mariko, who had mob ties. Her father was running the Yakuza. This would be expanded on in the Wolverine Frank Miller miniseries alongside Chris Claremont, which I did. I covered that in my first year here at the podcast, and I would absolutely recommend you listen to that, because this is the first time. That was back in 2020 when I gave you the behind the scenes before FX's Shogun was even an idea to remake, because so much of that miniseries lines up with what I'm telling you here, what they introduced in this original Japanese storyline and set up so much of the conflict that seemed very borrowed and influenced, homaged, swiped per se from the James Clavell Shogun novel. So referencing the fact that Logan is in love with Mariko, they have this unrequited love left behind. Sabertooth has hunted her down per this John Byrne storyline, and he has left her for dead. Returning now to what John Byrne typed himself, Wolverine returns to her bedside as often as he can. Her condition remains unchanged. Finally, Wolverine can take it no longer. He begs Jean and Xavier to do something, save her. Xavier scans her and makes a sad discovery. She is brain dead. The only thing keeping Mariko alive are the machines. Wolverine refuses to believe it, but Jean links his mind to Mariko's, and he feels the emptiness where her soul used to be. He asks to be left alone with Mariko. Professor Xavier and Jean depart. They wait outside. Wolverine sits by Mariko's bedside, holds her hand, stroking her hair. He rises, he looks at the machines that are maintaining her life functions. In a sudden, swift movement, he pops his claws, slashes the power cables. The machines fizzle and shut down. Out in the hall, Jean and Professor X have both felt exactly what has happened. They move towards the door, but Wolverine comes out before they can enter. He stands for a moment in silence, looking at both of them. Finally, he speaks. "She ain't meat," he says. And in an instant, he is gone, disappearing down a stairway. Next to she, he finds, and in the most horrifying battle that the comic code would ever allow, Wolverine kills Sabertooth, who was at this point going to be revealed as Wolverine's father. John Byrne reveals all of this in August On August 29, 2006 is when he went public and shared all of this with everybody. And as I read this, I wonder how many of those pages I could have bought. I think that would have been probably my favorite X-Men issues ever. I loved kind of the romance, the undercard love. I loved notion.
What's up, guys? Just let you know, every now and then I'm looking over at the chat, but for the most part, I'm just inking, listening to Rob Servation's latest episode, and just glancing at the chat whenever I can. So I'm not ignoring anybody.
What was in the cards? That is what we were going to get instead. We were going to get the Avengers versus the X-Men. Ultron was somehow involved. So there was a Cyclops robot doppelganger, okay? And to boot, because John Byrne doesn't end there. He doesn't leave. He goes down to X-Men 150, which was eventually written by Chris Claremont, illustrated by Dave Cockrum, and inked by Joe Rubenstein. And his header for X-Men 150 is Phoenix versus Magneto. I believe Jean Grey would have reignited. The Phoenix Force would have been reborn with her in the green and gold costume, not the dark red gold, which signifies, Dark Phoenix. And they would have faced off properly in a rematch of power that was only hinted at in X-Men 113, 112, 113, 114. John Byrne not staying on X-Men is a great loss. That is unfinished business at the Most High. I would have loved to have seen it. I would have loved to have seen it drawn as he describes it. I see him drawing it. I see it penciled by John, inked by Terry Austin. I see it setting comic books, the comic world, just on its heels with maybe the most definitive battle that we could ever possibly imagine between Wolverine and Sabertooth. So there you got it. Some unfinished business straight from John Byrne, who had intended to bring it to all of us, but he went his own separate way. That is not the world we got. I don't know what happened in regards to post-Phoenix fast-tracking the Days of Future Past, but there is no arguing that is, in and of itself, an instant classic. It is my favorite X-Men storyline, period. The cover to X-Men 141 is my favorite piece of comic book art, period. Again, $1 million page for certain. I have talked to enough collectors who would all exceed $1 million trying to get the cover to 141. And more power to them and to all of us if that ever approaches the light of day. So, something to think about, something to consider. The road less traveled. John Byrne leaving at least a year early. These are notes from 1979. It says 1979 does that entire year's worth of storylines, and they track exactly with what we got. The Japan storyline, Alpha Flight, Proteus, then boom, goes to 1980. That tracks pretty much with what we got. And then it all starts changing towards end of 80, all the way throughout 1981 up until X-Men 150. And here's another bit of unfinished business. And this is a funny one. I was informed by everybody who was working at Marvel at the time. I was now working at DC in about 2012. But the new Deadpool creative team for the new launch, this was Gary Dugan and Brian Posehn were taking over. Their launch, I specifically remember, like, the first issue Deadpool is battling a giant, like, lizard, Godzilla kind of serpent. Then the next thing, they're battling presidential zombies. It was very, I call it Mad Magazine, cracked, over the top. Their approach to that book became even more kind of almost parody and goofy. But did you know that the original plot line that was going to launch that storyline was that Deadpool was going to take out a contract on none other than Rob Liefeld? They were going to have Deadpool hunt down his creator, Rob Liefeld. That was pitched. I have this confirmed from editors at Marvel, creatives at Marvel, the people at the retreat with which this was pitched. It was something that the writers were extremely excited about. Do I believe it would have been a fun romp? And do I wonder, had I been called to clear myself for the story in the same way that Marvel always clears me, including the Liefeld feat store in Deadpool Wolverine that's playing in your cinemas right now? I do. I do believe I would have been called and potentially had to clear this. And I think that's where this thing died. This was going to be the launch of maybe 2012, 2013 Deadpool. And trust me, My phone blew up. My text at the time blew up. I was well aware of this. I was waiting on bated breath. I thought maybe this would happen. Maybe I'm going to see myself hunted by my own creation. I mean, you want to talk fourth wall breaking, reality bending. It was all on the table. But alas, it was not to be. Marvel shot it down. The writers wanted to do it. They had a great beat by beat. They had a great storyline. But Marvel said that is too complicated for us to pull off. It's kind of got a bunch of built-in landmines, and it would be subjugated to Rob Liefeld's approval. So we are not going to move forward with this at that time. And that was stalled out. Now I know I told that to you very quickly, but think about that. There was a period where the new launch of the book was going to feature Deadpool hunting me down. Now, in some other world, do I think that came out and did extremely well? I do. And maybe I would have approved it had I been able to see all the boards and read the whole thing. But I understand 1,000% why Marvel put the brakes on that and it didn't go forward. But boy, like I said, hey, Rob, did you know they're discussing Deadpool's going to be hunting you? Inspired, I will 1,000% cop to that. It was inspired. Do I kind of regret that it didn't happen? A little bit. Pretty fun idea, pretty fun concept. That's two unfinished businesses in one episode. You get the X-Men, John Byrne, and then you get this. Maybe it's a bombshell to you, but at one point in time, Deadpool was going to relaunch. It was the Dugan Hussein era, and Deadpool was going to hunt the guy who dreamed him up in the first place. Pretty fun, but that is our unfinished business for this episode. We have done $1 million pages. We have discussed ad nauseum kind of the mission statement for this Robservation show as we continue to produce it and go forward. And you got some great stories that you have experience. But those ideas are...
Yeah, I know. Marvel should have approved that. Man, that would have been fun as hell.
But that's what Robservations is here for, to have fun first and foremost, always, and to talk about stuff that maybe you didn't know was making its rounds, and now you do. And I just thank you so much, as always, for listening and participating in the show. Your guys' involvement and the feedback that I receive from all of you, whether it's in person, the messagings that you send me, it never gets old. It always lifts me up. It is what keeps me coming back to this mic, and I just cannot thank you all enough. You know, when I'm not doing the podcast, I'm all over social media. Look for me on X, formerly known as Twitter, at Robert Liefeld. The whole thing, RobertLiefeld, at Robert Liefeld. I'm looking for you. I hope that we can connect on X. I love reading your mentions, your replies, all of the ways that we talk back and forth. It is such a great platform to talk and get to know so many of you. So look for me over on X. I have a blue check. It verifies that I am the real deal, that I am legit, that you're not talking to a phony account. At Robert Liefeld over on X. Looking forward to hearing from you. On Instagram, I am at Rob Liefeld. Another blue check signifying that I am the real deal, the legitimate Rob Liefeld, not the fake, not the phony. Again, I read your mentions, your replies, your DMs, all of the ways in which we go back and forth. It is so fun. Instagram is my visual kind of diary of my life, what I'm doing, what I'm eating, what I'm drawing, the people I'm hanging with, the travels, the conventions, the shows. I absolutely love sharing that with you. I try and catch up with each and every comment and hit a like and let you know that I've read what you've said, and all of our different interactions on Instagram are so special to me. I love that way of interacting with so many of you. So catch me on Instagram at Rob Liefeld. I will look for you there. Over on Facebook, we have a kick-ass group. It's called Rob Liefeld Marvel Extreme and Beyond. It's a group. Rob Liefeld Marvel Extreme and Beyond. We would love to have you over. Myself and Terry Sala, S-A-L-A. That's his name. We are the co-moderators, administrators of the group, and we would love to click you on through. We have weekly art contests that Terry moderates. The winner is determined by voting. There's always a topic. Everybody joins in. We have got some really great and talented artists in that, but most of the time, we're just keeping it up, the spirits up, the energy up, the vibes positive as we discuss comics and all that stuff that's going on in the world of comics. We also give each and every episode here from Robservations its own forum with which we can discuss in more in depth, kind of the topics and your reactions. And I just would love to have you over to visit us at Rob Liefeld Marvel Extreme and Beyond. That's our group over on Facebook. Look it up, give us a join, and we will look forward to seeing you there. Another place you are sure to find me regularly is Whatnot. Whatnot is an app that you should download right now. It is a killer collectibles app, but there's so much more than collectibles. I mean, they do women's jewelry and clothing and fashion and shoes and kicks. But I am in the comic book section, which kicks all sorts of ass. And if you get the Whatnot app and you download it and you follow Rob Liefeld, you'll be alerted when I go live on my shows. It's been kind of erratic lately. Summer's been a little nuts with all the travel and all the commitments, but I am generally on the Whatnot show twice a week. We have signed exclusive comics variants that are only available from the Whatnot show, covering all manner of different characters that I've created, from Deadpool, X-Force, Cable, Youngblood, Angeline, Prophet, including other Marvel products that I've done, which are Captain America and Spider-Man. All manner of cool exclusives that you can only pick up from us. We do original art, signed Funko Pops, action figures, so much Deadpool merch right now. We are up.
You can hear the squeak of my chair? Holy crap.
Please reach out, get that Whatnot app, get alerted when I go live, and you'll see me. It's me, right, talking directly into the live stream, sometimes for 2 to 3 hours. It is kind of a wacky version of this podcast. I answer as many of your questions as possible. The interaction is really fun. It's not a 60 minutes interview. I'm not your subject. You're not Leslie Stahl, but we manage to have a fun time regardless. So get the Whatnot app, follow Rob Liefeld, and be alerted when I go live on the show. At the end of each and every episode, we are so excited to read the reviews that you leave for us. And you have all been so incredibly generous. And I love sharing the reviews that you leave for us, mainly on the Apple platform. That gets 90% of the lion's share of the reviews. And I'm always so just beyond grateful that you pull out your keyboards and that you type it up and hit send and share these extremely generous, kind words about our show. And as always, I try and get to each and every one and share them here on the air. And today is no different in that we are bringing you one of your, another one of your tremendous reviews. Yamato has left us this review. He gives us 5-star best comic book podcast. All must listen. Rob provides so much information on comic book history, different artist styles, the reasons for comic book companies losing money, behind story information on Image Comics, DC Comics, Marvel Comics. He explains how to get into the comic book business and how he gained comic book knowledge and became one of the founders of Image Comics. Thank you, Rob Liefeld. This is from Yamato. And Yamato, I appreciate that you left this. When you leave a review for us, generally on this Apple platform, and it helps elevate us, helps give us better awareness, I read it back generally middle of the show, end of the show. I'm never sure where I'm going to put these, but I make sure that they air. And today, thank you, Yamato, for your 5-star review, and thank you for digging the information that I share with you. I hope this was an enjoyable episode. I hope that you were distracted and entertained simultaneously, and that you learned something new about the wonderful world of comic books that I love so very much. I hope that you are doing exactly what you need to be doing in terms of your emotional, physical, spiritual, and mental health. You know this is where I go into it. If you got to step away from the grind, do so. I highly recommend taking some time, indulging in some of your favorite movies, comic books, streaming shows. Have a great meal with your families. Have junk food. Eat a Reese's peanut butter big cup like I do. Take a trip. Go for a walk in the mall, the park. Go to the beach. It's summer. We still have a month of summer left. I don't want to hear that your kids are going back to school. That just makes me sad. That just depresses me. I grew up in even my kids. I remember like 2007, we had to come back for vacation the day before Labor Day, because the day after Labor Day, my kids were going back to school. Now everything's changed. I mean, back in 2007, the life of 7, 5, and 4 at the time were all starting the day after Labor Day. At least that's how it is still around some of these parts. But I know now, year-round school, all this stuff changes. But enjoy, if that's the case, the last vestiges of summer. put a big smile on your face, take some time off, get off the grind, do what you need to do to be the very best self that you can be. I'm bumping right through this Blue Yeti mic, rooting for you all the way. Each of us have got a lot of burdens that we're all carrying, so it's okay to kind of just stop and reboot, recharge before you go any further. And again, some of that way of rebooting and recharging is kind of indulging in stuff that really juices us. So rooting for you, pulling for you. Thank you for listening. Do not leave me here alone. Come back and get me. I'm going to be right there, because we most definitely, absolutely, and inevitably are going to talk again real soon.
Playing comic books in cinema.
Alexa, cancel. I know his sign-offs are kind of long, but they do get you kind of pumped up, you know. So, but yeah, his goodbyes are kind of long. Guys, now I'm going to listen to, well, you'll just hear me as I tell Alexa, play the Megyn Kelly podcast from yesterday.
Playing the Megyn Kelly show from Amazon Music. Here's episode 855, Betting Kamala and VP Options, Olympics Boxing Gaslighting, and Trump Lawfare Update, with Glenn Beck, Mark Halpern, and John Laurel. Small business owners. Spectrum Business knows you do it all.
Ugh, ads.
Inventory and keep your customers happy. Keep it all going with Spectrum One for Business. For just $49.99 a month, get fast, reliable internet, advanced Wi-Fi with Security Shield, and a free mobile line for 1 year. Visit spectrum.com/business to get internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and a free mobile line for a year for $49.99 a month. Visit spectrum.com/business today. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
Drive into summer with a rugged Honda Ridgeline, Passport, and Pilot. Get outdoors and kick up some dust with Honda. The 2024 Kelly Blue Book's KDB.com Best Value Brand. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 1.9% APR on a 2024 Ridgeline and a 2.9% APR on a 2024 Passport and 2025 Pilot.
See dealer for financing details based on 2024 Consumer Choice Selection Kelly Blue Book. Visit KDB.com for more information.
Welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show, live on SiriusXM Channel 111 every weekday at noon East. Hey everyone, I'm Megyn Kelly. Welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show. We have a packed show for you today. Later, we have an exclusive interview with Trump's lawyer, John Laurel, to go through some crucial updates in the D.C. case against him, which has just resumed, and Judge Chutkan seems ready to go, notwithstanding this immunity ruling from the Supreme Court that said he's got immunity for many of the acts he's accused of in that case. We'll get into it. And we're also going to get into the absolutely disgusting gaslighting the media is doing to us over these Olympic boxers. This is so effed up. They're male. Do not let anyone tell you anything different. They're male. And the IOC and its media enablers are running cover for that fact out of, quote, inclusion concerns. Their inclusion means men get to punch women in the face for entertainment. That's what's happening in Paris. I will get to that in just a bit. We're going to start with some politics and with the economy, which is a hot mess at the moment, and we're going to get to more of that with Glenn Beck. But it's coming. All right, because I've been spending the week trying to correct the record on this. They're just out of their minds. We start with the bigger picture, and that's the latest in 2024 politics. Vice President Kamala Harris, now down to the wire on her VP pick. We think it's going to happen any minute now. And she's expected to begin campaigning with this person tomorrow in Philadelphia. Does that mean it's going to be Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro? He is Jewish, and as a result of all the Jewishness, continues to be the focus of attacks, because in the Democrat Party now that's controversial. The very fact that you're Jewish should be held against you. Now they've gone back to pull his college writings when he was 20 years old, and they're unhappy that he said things like, I don't think these...
Really? She picked Tim Walz? Wow.
It's so crucial right now. We've got a that's called No Genocide Josh. Why? What's the evidence that he's pro-genocide? It's that he didn't like when a Jewish store was specifically targeted in New York City by these rabid protesters following Israel's response. He didn't think it was right to target some American Jewish deli, so that makes him pro-genocide. And he also said the protests on campus at UPenn had gone too far. Didn't that lady get fired for not controlling the protests on her campus? I mean, look, I'm not in the business of shilling for Josh Shapiro, but just so you know, that's the guy they're calling No Genocide Josh. That's where the Democrat Party is right now. Plus, we had new bombshell reporting over the weekend, first broken by the Daily Mail, I believe, on second gentleman Doug Emhoff and his affair during his first marriage. Not to Kamala, there was a woman before her. And it's very interesting. Normally, honestly, I gotta be honest, I don't really give a shit about Doug Emhoff's first marriage or what happened between these two who wound up friends. What I do care about is his preaching and lecturing to the rest of us on what it means to be toxically masculine and how he's going to be the spokesman to undo that. Is it toxic masculinity to F around on your first life with, or your first wife with your children's nanny, and then get her pregnant? That seems more toxic to me than some of the things he might call that. What does it all mean for the Harris candidacy? We begin today with Mark Halperin. He's founder of Wide World News Substack, and he's been working his sources all morning to try to break some news right here, just like he's been doing for weeks now. Some big scoops by Mark. Grand Canyon University, a private Christian university in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona, believes that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights: for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. GCU believes in equal opportunity and that the American dream starts with purpose. By honoring your career calling, you can impact your family, friends, and your community. Change the world for good by putting others before yourself. Whether your pursuit involves a bachelor's, master's, or doctoral degree, GCU's online, on-campus, and hybrid learning environments are designed to help you achieve your unique academic, personal, and professional goals. With over 330 academic programs as of December 2023, GCU meets you where you are and provides a path to help you fulfill your dreams. The pursuit to serve others is yours. Let it flourish. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Private, Christian, affordable. Visit gcu.edu. Mark, welcome back to the show. What a crazy time in our political landscape. And the big search is on, and for the VP, we understand she met with the final four contenders. Kamala did, and had at least some suggestion made to her by the staff that they were edging closer to it. And you have been closer to this reporting than anybody. So what can you tell us?
They look, picking a running mate is a fraught situation for anybody, but consider the circumstances under which this person, who is historically not a great decision maker, and particularly not a great decision maker under pressure, is making the decision. Number one, the economy around the world now is in peril. Number two, Iran could strike Israel today. Those are substantive issues that as vice president she's got to be at least somewhat involved in. But obviously the political implications of those could be huge. Next, she's doing all this on an accelerated timeline. This process is filled with landmines because they're vetting these people quickly. And lastly, she's doing it on a weekend when something extremely personal was exposed about her husband. And when top Democrats tell me that the big story here is not will they get the vetting right on the vice president, but have they sufficiently vetted their accidental presidential nominee? People make the mistake all the time of saying, you've been governor of Texas, you've been governor of Arkansas, you've been vice president. Of course you've been vetted. Of course your background is clean now. Everything that's going to come out will come out. It's just not the case. And we've seen examples of this with George W. Bush when he ran for president, Bill Clinton when he ran for president. And there's concern that no one's looked enough into her background to say, with 90 days to go, with one disclosure, Donald Trump doesn't play by different rules, would one disclosure threaten to have an endgame surprise that could cost them the lives?
Whoa, that's significant. So there could be something on Kamala Harris that would be problematic to her campaign. Forget the VP for a second.
Well, so it could be problematic because the public would say we don't like that. But that's less likely. Look at what happened this weekend, right? Is it kind of crazy that the first gentleman, who's one of the most visible vice presidential spouses in American history, this story never came back until now, right? That's kind of weird. ever did. It didn't come out before, might come out now. It defies history. It defies what just happened this weekend. She's not a great decision maker. Bill Clinton and Donald Trump, both before they were president and after they were elected, shamelessly survived things that no moral politician could. They have no shame. They're brilliant fighting back. The press treats them differently. You could take the exact same hypothetical story about Donald Trump disclosure. He, stole $1 million from a library, and put that on Kamala Harris. It wouldn't be covered the same way because Trump has done everything, right? Trump has already been accused of everything. It's priced into the stock. She's not very well known, despite being vice president, and she's in danger of more disclosure. And again, she's not great under pressure historically. And she's not the kind of person who's lived her life in a fishbowl the way Donald Trump has well before he ran for office. She's really a relatively private person.
Because they're vetting her at the same time as they're vetting the VP nominee,
Well,
not because they want anything, but because they know the Republicans are doing the same thing.
I don't know. I hear mixed things about whether they're doing it. What I hear concern is, hey, we're vetting all these people to put on the ticket, right? But that's not necessarily what could bring the ticket down. What could bring the ticket down is insufficient vetting of the top of the ticket rather than insufficient vetting of the running mate. Because, again, as is evidenced by the fact that Kamala Harris was a candidate for vice president. They say, I don't have confirmation on this, and I don't really like the reporters just take it as truth. They say, the campaign does, that this was disclosed to the Biden campaign in 2000 as part of her thing. It wasn't publicly disclosed, but that they disclosed it to the campaign. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But this was not something that was pushed into the public realm when she ran for vice president, right? This could have been a story 4 years ago. It happened already, and yet it wasn't. And so what some people are saying is, we need to make sure that, because remember, she didn't run for the nomination. Often stuff gets pushed out in a competitive party fight for the nomination. That's where we learned about Bill Clinton, for instance, dodging the draft, and about Jennifer Flowers. That happened in the context of a competitive Democratic primary, where the press and the opponents of that person look into it, whether they were Republicans or Democrats. She didn't have that. She became the nominee in about 12 hours. No primaries, no caucuses, no competitive process. That means that even though she was vice president and vetted for that, even though she ran for vice president, we're dealing with a different standard here. And when people say to me, somehow, well, that's hypothetical. It's not. It happened this weekend. We learned something pretty big this weekend that we never knew before.
I mean, it is pretty big, and I mentioned this in the intro. I'm generally of the view at this point in life, like, this is two marriages removed for the guy. He gets the ex-wife, and whatever happened between them has been forgiven. Okay, that's human frailty and a very bad decision on his part. However, this is the thing. He's out there constantly playing the charming, loving husband, the guy that all women could respect and would want to spend time with, not a threat at all to anybody else's marriage. And really the judger of all men. He understands toxic masculinity, and of course the presumption is in a way that Trump and MAGA do not. They're hashtag part of the problem. Let me just play the soundbite and I'll get your reaction. Top one.
Talk about masculinity for a moment. Has being the second generation changed your own view of perceived gender roles or what it means to be a man?
Gay question.
Oof, this is something I've
That is such a stupid question if you heard it. Ugh.
Of toxicity. It's masculine toxicity out there. And we've kind of confused what it means to be a man.
There's no such thing as masculine toxicity. It's just called being a man.
Angry and lash out to be strong. It's just the opposite. Strength is how you show your love to people.
Okay, this is so annoying. So is it toxically masculine to F around on your wife with your child's nanny, to get the nanny pregnant, and then to have either an abortion with this woman or to abandon the child entirely? Is that toxically masculine? Or is it worse to send out a mean tweet asking for a friend? Let me know, second gentleman. Go ahead, Mark.
Right. So first of all, I'm not sure we know for sure that the woman was got pregnant. I don't think that's established and wasn't
I
acknowledged.
think it is. Really? I mean, the Daily Mail has got a lot on here.
It's
A lot.
even
And he didn't deny it.
Well, he didn't deny it, but he didn't acknowledge it. Even the Daily Mail stories, a little ambiguous. But leaving that aside, I agree with your first 2 points, and I want to make a third. I agree with you while ago, personal life, presumption of grace, he's not the candidate. I agree with all that. I also agree with your point that he is way out there on issues related to this, and he should sit for an interview and explain himself and talk about how he reconciles his public statements like the one you just showed with his own conduct.
Katie did. It is Megyn Kelly doing a little inking and listening to a podcast. That's what I usually do, but now I'm sharing it with you guys.
Imagine the personal turmoil this weekend. And if I'm right that people are concerned about other potential things, it's not just how's my husband being covered, how am I being covered. That's for most Americans, what she went through this weekend just on this story would be the most pressure-filled, traumatic moment of their life. Every news organization in the country more or less covering this to some extent. She's not impervious to that. She couldn't be. She wouldn't be human if she is. And so that to me is if you're talking about the election and who's going to win, rather than making a judgment about him, which I told you I agree with your 2 points. That to me is a pretty big deal because that's a lot of pressure. And
guys, share out the link to get more people to watch a comic book artist at work live on an actual comic book page that'll see print in Kor-Drath, The Awakening. Go back it now if you haven't already.
The woman, the affair partner, did not deny the story when approached by Daily Mail. She would not comment, except to say I'm kind of freaked out right now. A close friend with direct knowledge of the affair and the pregnancy told Daily Mail that this woman did not keep the child, but we don't know what that means. Does that mean she gave it up for adoption or she had an abortion?
Yeah.
Though her social media shows a video of a mysterious baby girl named Brooke in 2009, the year the baby would have been born. It does not appear from what I read here that this little girl, that this woman has a little girl who would have been born in 2009. That little girl is 14 years old now. So I don't know what happened to the baby, but the Daily Mail report is very clear that according to them, there absolutely was a pregnancy.
I don't want to impugn the repertorial style of the Daily Mail, but I read the story really carefully, and although you read a part that said there was a pregnancy, and they claimed to have an anonymous source who said there was, if you read the totality of the story, it's not clear. It's not proven within the story to my satisfaction. If I were writing that story, I wouldn't have written it the way they did, based on what they say their reporting was. There's no evidence of a human being, and there's no one saying she had an abortion. So it doesn't quite
Well, but now they have another friend. Just to clear, I'm not trying to argue with that. I just want to make sure the audience knows what you're on. Just say another friend with intimate knowledge of the scandal confirmed the affair, but told the Daily Mail that this woman, the affair partner, did not keep the baby. One source claimed that Enhoff, that's the second gentleman, had a financial settlement with the affair partner, and that she left her school job due to the hush step scandal. Then they say that this affair partner is currently caring for a baby and a toddler. Now, I had a baby in 2009. That baby's now 14. So there's no mention of her having a 14-year-old. So, I mean, this is all knowable. It's just a matter of time for all these facts.
Megan, I'm not saying she didn't get pregnant. I'm not saying whether she had an abortion or not. I don't have any idea. All I'm saying is the way I read that story, the sourcing is not sufficient for me. And 14-year-old, and it wasn't confirmed by anybody named in a position to know. They assert 2 sources in a position to know, but it's not proven to my salvation. I don't think it necessarily matters for the dynamics we're talking about, but I just don't feel comfortable just acknowledging, of course, you got it pregnant, because it's not confirmed in a way to my satisfaction.
It matters on a couple levels. One of which is there's no bigger cheerleader for abortion in America than Kamala Harris. She's the only sitting vice president to go to a Planned Parenthood. And this is still a very tricky issue because while there are millions and millions of Americans who are pro-choice actively going to Planned Parenthood, which performs abortions on demand and sometimes it appears with glee, is more controversial. And that seems to be the boat in which Kamala Harris wants to row. So it just makes it a little more, I don't know, unseemly, right? Like, gee, how'd you come by your affinity for abortion? Could it have been you're super psyched your husband doesn't have this 3rd child running around from his 1st marriage?
Well, I don't think that's the reason she supports abortion rights, but I take your point. I'm not saying it's meaningless if it's true. I'm just saying the bigger issues for me in terms of the distraction and the pressure on her and the question of his own need to explain explaining his conduct in light of his public advocacy. All those are true, whether there was a pregnancy or not.
Totally agree. And here's the craziness.
Yes, Megan's voice is definitely nice to listen to.
Is a weird misogynist because he's made the childless cat lady comments. What are they going to say about him now? Is he going to get the same treatment that Jamie Vance got for a throwaway comment, for a defensive comment after all these attacks were being launched on motherhood and parenthood, and he came out and said, hey, it's not so bad. I don't want to be lectured to by childless cat ladies. I doubt it, Mark.
Well, I mean, the press has been in a 2-week plus cheering mode for the Harris ticket. They've reverted back to the normal posture they have of supporting the Democratic nominee, particularly Republicans, Donald Trump. And the coverage of it lasted a day, and maybe the New York Times and Washington Post have their investigative teams on it to try to do more than just, write with the Daily Mail rather than include it from the next reaction. Maybe. But I don't get the feel that this is being sustained. It was nowhere in broadcast television by Sunday and Monday. So
It wouldn't have been if this had been, a Trump
correct.
prior
It'd be
relationship or
it'd
even
be
Melania. Let's talk about VP possibilities because all is incoming on Josh Shapiro. It's crazy to me that they're trying to make it a deal breaker that when he was in college in 1993 and 20 years old, he wrote, Mideast peace will never come. Palestinians will not coexist peacefully. They are too battle-minded to be able to establish a peaceful homeland. The only way a peace plan will be successful is if the Palestinians do not ruin it. Absolutely every word of that is true. It was true then, it's true now. Now it has to disavow it.
Good morning.
Now it says disavow it, saying,
If you're just joining, please share the stream, get more people to watch. A 30-plus year comic book professional inking a page for his creator-owned book. Now live on Indiegogo. Go back it today.
The first rule of picking a running mate is do no harm. Don't pick someone who's going to hurt the ticket. At this point, it's hard to make the argument as talented a guy he is. It's hard to make the argument that you can pick him without risking doing harm. Because if you pick him, you're going to have segments of the party upset. One person who's in a position to really care about this decision, that you can't have a successful convention if he's on the ticket because the left will go crazy and they'll protest inside the hall and will ruin the momentum and the excitement around her candidacy within the Democratic Party. And she must have a good convention. It is a person who loves Josh Shapiro, very sympathetic to him. I think that if she doesn't pick him now, she and her campaign have created a no-win situation. If they pick him, it's going to be extremely controversial. He's not just being opposed over his position on Israel and for his religion. John Fetterman seems to oppose him, his own senator, simply because he says he's too ambitious, which is kind of a funny thing for one politician to say about another. There's complaints about his labor record. Some people don't want him to get it because they favor one of the other prospects. There's lots of reasons people are opposing him. Bernie Sanders is opposed to him because he likes Governor Minnesota. But if she doesn't pick him, I think she'll face a backlash too. A lot of centrists, a lot of American Jews will feel he was not picked because she caved to the pressure of the left. And as you know, one of the big issues in the last 90 days is where she's going to on anything, or where she's going to the left on nothing. And at this point, she's switched some issue positions quietly. This would be a very high profile interview of many, very high profile concession, caving to the left to say, I'm not picking the guy who's probably not the state who doesn't win because the left doesn't want me to pick.
What do we make of this Philadelphia mayor this ad? Friday, was it? It's inadvertent, and she was just pushing for Josh Shapiro to be the running mate, but the ad definitely sounded like one you'd release post-announcement.
Yeah.
She was saying he's the running mate. So was this in...
Who work for him, who have slipped up at various times in the last week and said to people, it's Josh, like get ready. So I've heard of other ones that are unambiguous, although in some cases they tried to take it back or sworn people to secrecy. This one, I think you can read the video as her simply rooting for him as opposed to as knowing it was him. I find it hard to believe they told the mayor that it was going to be him and she would go with the video. I just don't think they did.
She does not seem like a person who they would entrust house with the palace keys, but we'll find out. Actually, this is breaking. We'll find out tomorrow. Vice President Kamala Harris expected, this is NBC News, to reveal her VP pick Tuesday ahead of their first rally together in Philadelphia that evening. Do we read anything into the fact that it's Philadelphia?
No, I mean, I think I thought for a while it's going to be Shapiro, and I still do. So, it makes sense. But they're going to all the battleground states, and they're going east to west. If she announced it today, and this is, I think, the reason for the departure based on conversations I had earlier, it could literally be the third story on the news between the economy and a potential Iranian strike on Israel. That'd be unprecedented. I haven't done the research, but I'm pretty sure historically, when a running mate for a major party candidate's name, it's the lead story. So if you think you're going to pick strong, you're going to ride the wave of excitement for a week, you know it would be the third story. And it might still be the third story tomorrow, but it almost certainly would be the third story today if Israel is hit, and given what's going on in world markets. So I don't know if they want to take that risk of that doing it. But the other reason could be I'm not ready to pick because this is our decision now. I was originally told they were going to tell people on Sunday. So my sources were right, they've already delayed it a day, and now, Alfred's third rule of Congress applies to Kamala Harris. No decision is made until it absolutely must be, and sometimes not even then.
Just to put some icing on the cake here, the nonprofit Institute for Middle East Understanding, which is a pro-Palestinian group, is actively calling him a racist, saying his virulently, such a hard word, racist comments, calling Palestinians battle-minded and Arabs belligerent. They've reignited the grief and isolation Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim Democrats feel. And then they're mad that he volunteered with the Israeli military back when he was in high school. They say when human rights abuses against Palestinians were being widely reported. Now he's trying to beg off of that, saying, oh, I went on a kibbutz in Israel. I worked for a farm and a fishery, and the program included volunteering on service projects on an Israeli army base. He was involved in active military activities, but he himself had said, I would have volunteered in the Israeli army. So I hate politicians, Mark. I hate them. No one stands by what they earlier said. All right, they all do. Okay, let's move on. Enough about Shapiro. Mark Kelly, possibly dropping down on the list, according to our pal Eliana Johnson of the Free Beacon. Why? And she refreshes the Free Beacon's 2020 reporting, and it has to do with his former wife. He's described his divorce from the woman he was married to prior to Gabby Giffords as amicable, but court records, the Beacon reports, contradict that description. He asked a Texas court to jail his ex-wife, Amy Kelly, for 6 months after she moved to a new town a few miles outside of their children's school district. And he wanted all sorts of penalties against her for that decision. That's, I guess, potentially problematic for him. And there could be more. I heard Jim Garrity over on the editor's podcast say he's working on a piece for the Washington Post with a deep dive on Mark Kelly's problems and why he's not going to make the dance. What do you think?
Well, I've heard that too, and related claims about his first marriage. He also had investment related to China that makes a lot of Democrats uncomfortable and a lot of Republicans salivate. I don't know. I have not penetrated the betters to know where their concern was. But I know the arc of this was he was very much under consideration. I thought he was most likely early on in this process. Then I was told he was out of contention, and the two things cited were the two things I just mentioned. Over the weekend, I was told he was back in. And I think what this is not an uncommon thing. You saw this, for instance, with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. There's a clear front runner, and they're sort of settling in on that. And then at the last minute, the opposition says, don't pick that person, don't pick that person. And the presidential nominee says, all right, let's look again at everybody. Let's make sure we're picking the right person. So I think he's been brought back into the mix under that dynamic. And that, it's not impossible to become a fallback, but I don't believe they have a plan in place to handle those two PR issues. Bill Clinton taught me, Bill Clinton used to, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bill Clinton used to say, if you want a perfect candidate, vote for someone else. There's no one perfect on this list. Everybody's going to have some things. The question is the upside. Who's got the greatest upside compared to the downside? Some people think Kelly's bio is enough, and his national security experience is enough to say he's the best choice. But he does have this downside, and he's not a dynamic campaigner the way Josh Shapiro is. Josh Shapiro is one of the most Sorry about that. Josh Shapiro is one of the most dynamic campaigners I've ever seen, really. And his upside is very big. The Kelly upside, people debate how big the Kelly upside is. I'm just not sure it's there.
Yes, the problem with Josh Shapiro, is, as far as I see, is he sounds just like Barack Obama, which is a problem because it's an affectation. It just seems so obviously an affectation. Do we have that soundbite, you guys? Where they're Kelly McGuire cut it. We're gonna pull it over. I'll show you what I mean. But it's pretty remarkable how he's not playing his own game. He's trying to be like a white Obama, and it's so obvious, Mark.
Well, look, everybody adopts their speaking style. I hear a little Bill Clinton in it too. But you know, if you were, let's put it this way, Megan, if you were going to be a baseball player and people said, "Boy, you swing a lot like Mickey Mantle," I would take that as a positive, not a negative. I'm going into broadcasting, and I'm modeling myself on Megan Kelly. Like you say, yeah, that's good. Go with the success. So if he's acting like Barack Obama, he's just trying to be like Mickey Mantle or Megan Kelly. Seems like a good idea.
But there's only one Mickey Mantle. There's only one Barack Obama, and you can't. It's not like a style like that.
You can borrow. You can borrow. Rush Limbaugh taught me in broadcasting the power of pausing. Pausing is incredibly powerful, right? So when I'm hosting, I pause all the time, just like Rush. And if somebody said he's stealing Rush's pauses, I'd say, yeah, Rush's pauses are amazing. So I just can't get that worked out because that's like Barack Obama.
Those are available for the tape. Do we have it? No, we don't have it. Okay, never mind. Well, eventually, one day next year, we'll find it again.
They're on YouTube.
I have a whole staff of people who put it together, which I just can't click for some reason right now. All right, so what do you make of the final two? Pete Buttigieg, who apparently was back in the running. They said he met with her, and then Waltz, the guy from Minnesota, who you mentioned, Bernie Sanders back in, but very, very progressive. Like, isn't she trying to pretend she's actually more middle of the road? Why would she go, even though it's folksy from Minnesota, the Midwestern guy, why would she go with him? Double down on the progressiveness.
I got a hilarious email from a Democrat from Minnesota who said this guy was a complete failure in the aftermath of the George Floyd killing. He's not a very good politician in terms of his electoral results. He's been governed. He was more modern than he was in the House. I think that the reason to go to Waltz is basically the Tim Kaine month. You know, Ari Fleischer tweeted yesterday, every vice presidential nominee is treated with this extreme enthusiasm. What a great choice they were, Joe Lieberman, John Kerry, etc. Al Gore. Tim Kaine's reaction to Tim Kaine was like the reaction to taking subway rides. It wasn't that abusive. I think that's what, if they went with Waltz, that's what it would be. Labor likes him. Nancy Pelosi likes him. Bernie Sanders likes him. It would just be basically to say, this guy's got military experience, he's got governing experience, he's qualified to be president, check the box, move on, and get probably nothing out of it. But that's a model. I mean, that's what Hillary Clinton did. If you think you don't need anything, you go with the safe choice. Now, I'm not sure it's a safe choice. I think when the left of the party sees his record on Israel issues, where he's done things with Netanyahu, he's done things with AIPAC, he's not that far from Josh Shapiro on Israel. I think the left would be a little surprised by that when they find it. But I think the recommendation of him, despite his being liberal as a governor, is he's going to do no harm. They think. Now, again, I think he might do some harm for some of the things I just said, but that's the rationale for picking him, I think.
Well, I look forward to the media giving each of these guys the same treatment as J.D. Vance got. For him, they just had cable news hits to go through. For all these guys, we have years of being in the public eye, doing hits on television shows, writing books, pushing policy proposals. So the vetting's going to be super vigorous, I'm sure, by all those same outlets.
Yep.
We finally found Shapiro Obama with watch.
Hey, it's Bill Reinhold. Hello.
You told me about your hopes, and you sent me to the Capitol to fight for you. I'm asking you to believe, not in my ability to.
Guys, it's hard for me to talk and draw.
You talked to me about making sure we could breathe clean air and drink pure water. Who made the single largest investment ever in fighting against climate change? That is the choice in this election. Everyone here in the Congress, no matter what they look like, where they come from, who they love or who they pray to, should have the freedom to chart their own course. The Democratic leaders who believe that the freedom to make these intimate personal decisions belong to every American, not politicians Sessions in Washington, GSD. We focus on getting shit done here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Oh, boy.
This weekend.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can.
There's only one Barack Obama. I'm sorry, Josh. But if you're making the bleed, dropping the G's off your words doesn't make you into Barack Obama. All right, let's talk about this polling before I let you go. CBS drops a shocking poll for Team Trump, I'm sure, maybe even for Team Harris. Likely voters, so we pay extra attention. Harris 50, Trump 49 nationally. Battlegrounds totally evened it up. 50-50. Wow. And then let's look at the battlegrounds in the same poll. Church president, likely voters. It's even in every single battleground state. She's erased his lead in every single one of them, according to his latest poll. Michigan, 48-48. Pennsylvania, 50-50. Wisconsin, 49 Harris, 50 Trump. All that is in the margin there. Arizona, 49-49. Arizona, 49-49. Georgia, Harris 47, Trump 50. Nevada, he was up by 6 not too long ago. Harris 50, Trump 48. North Carolina, Harris 47, Trump 50. He's still looking good in North Carolina, but that's tighter than I've seen. I mean, my only note next to this, Mark, is OMG.
Well, I did a long tweet X thread today about where I think things stand. The party did a smart thing switching out Harris for Biden because Biden had one half of 270 electoral votes before the debate, and after the debate he had 0. So you're going to trade up, and she has moved closer. There's no doubt that she's closer in the popular vote nationally and in most of the battleground states than Joe Biden was. But she still doesn't have any clear path to 270. She has potential paths. But Donald Trump has multiple paths. She's not putting any new states in play. So we're talking now about 7 states. Now, she probably has taken those next tier of states, New Hampshire, Minnesota, Virginia, New Mexico. She's probably put those back states in the Democratic column. But I don't think it's till after the press coverage calms down a little bit, which I think it will, after her VP pick in the convention. Let's get to Labor Day, kids back to school in the Northeast, and let's see where it is then. I suspect that it's going to be close. And I suspect that it's possible that it will be close. It'll be closer in September, I think. But I think it's possible that either candidate can blow this out. And people say, well, that's just kind of a cop-out. I'm just telling you where I think the race is. This will be determined by whether she convinces people, particularly in the light of the events of the last 24 hours. Can she be a good steward of a good economy? Can she be a commanding, determined, and intimidating commander-in-chief? If she convinces enough voters in swing states that those things are true, she'll win. And if she doesn't, she could be blown out. And we just don't know yet whether she's going to clear the bar on those 2 issues.
One moment when we're on the precipice of a possible expanded war in the Middle East, already a power gag region, and then, as well as seeing our 401ks dive down to levels that are better not checked. Trump is already all over it and calling it a common crash. And we don't know where that crash winds up. How low does it go? Glenn Beck is always great on these financial situations. He's here in just a moment. Mark, great to see you. Thanks for being here.
Let me know if Glenn compares you to Mickey Mantle.
I'll get back to you. Only guess who do get repeat invitations on the show.
Good to see you, mate.
You ever think, how can I work this hard and still be in debt? The piles of overdue bills, threatening phone calls, never having money to do anything. If you are trapped in debt, Done with Debt can be a way out. They have developed aggressive new strategies to end your debt permanently. Done with Debt stands between you and your harassing bill collectors. You tirelessly negotiate with your creditors to lower or even forgive what you owe, and they do it all without bankruptcy or new loans. One client said one phone call saved us a fortune. Wish we'd done this long ago. Done with Debt has unique strategies to get you out of debt faster and put more money in your pocket every month. But you do need a phone because some debt solutions are time sensitive and you do not want to miss out. Visit donewithdebt.com. Speak with one of their debt relief strategists for free. What do you have to lose except your debt? Go to donewithdebt.com. That's donewithdebt.com.
Drive into summer with a rugged Honda Ridgeline, Passport, and Pilot. Get outdoors and kick up some dust with Honda. The 2024 Kelly Blue Books KDB.com Best Value Brand. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 1.9% APR on a 2024 Ridgeline and a 2.9% APR on a 2024 Passport and 2025 Pilot.
LLC dealer for financing details based on 2024 Consumer Choice Election Kelly Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
We've got to get what's happening over in Paris with the Olympics and this boxer. I don't know about you, but I was flabbergasted at the amount of gaslighting going on in the media and by the IOC about the true sex of these two boxers who are competing in women's boxing. They're male. You trust me. I believe you trust me. You wouldn't be listening to the show. They're male. They have XY chromosomes. They have testes. That's male. Period. The IOC doesn't deny it, and we'll get to exactly how they're trying to thread the needle. But that's what you need to know. These are men competing as women. They're not trans, from what we understand. They suffer what's called DSDs, and that's a different thing, which we'll get into. But I'm going to walk you through it. Okay? I'm going to give you the facts you need to know, but a little bit of background for you. First, the IOC
Thanks, Bill. Have a good day.
is aware of this problem in women's boxing for years, and it's done nothing. Because its number one goal is, quote, inclusion. And it's made that clear. It's woke. It doesn't care about women's safety or women's fairness. It just cares about making the trans or the DSDs feel welcome and safety of women be damned. But this particular case has escalated the matter because it's now in combat sports. Leah Thomas was bad enough. That was swimming, but he was in his own lane. Now we're actually endangering women. This has been banned in sports like rugby, because that's another combat sport. And the entity that controls boxing for women, the International Boxing Federation, has also said this is a no-go and disqualified these two athletes before. And they notified the IOC that these are males. And the IOC ignored it. Its only response has been to attack the Boxing Federation, and to say, hands over the ears, it's not true, we're just not going to listen. They have female written on their passports. It's insane what they're doing. Now, let me kick it off what we heard from Mark Adams, who's the IOC comms director, last week when this controversy first erupted with the boxer from Nigeria. There's another one from Taiwan. Take a listen to him, Saw 21.
Are women in their passports, and it's stated that is the case, that they are female. They're competing in the women's category. Again, I don't want to mention names or whatever, but these athletes have competed many times before for many years.
Okay, so they're, by the way, Algeria, not Nigeria. And they've competed as females for many years. He skips over the part where they were disqualified from Worlds in 2023 for being men. Okay? So basically, they got away with it for a number of years, therefore they are female. That doesn't hold up. It got to the point where the organization that oversees women's boxing, the International Boxing Association, felt the need to come out publicly and say the IOC is misleading. And this just happened over the weekend. And they explained this past weekend that this thing started in Turkey in May of 2022 when they were in competition. Tests were taken, and they said the results were inconsistent with femaleness. Next thing they knew, they had championships in 2023 in New Delhi, India, the World Championships in New Delhi, India. Female World Championships. There were 324 boxers from 64 nations. It was a 10-day competition. And Taiwan's Lin Yoting and Algeria's Amin Khalif were two of those 324 boxers. Now, they and others. This is not that uncommon. It's not common, but it's not unheard of. For people participating in this sport and others like it to be concealing that they suffer from what are called DSDs, suspected differences of sexual development. Differences of sexual development. We used to use the term hermaphrodite, then they changed it to intersex. Now they go by DSDs. And what it means in this case is you're someone who's a male, you have XY chromosomes and testes, but you don't have descended testes, and sometimes you don't have a penis. But then when you hit puberty, something might start growing. But there's no doubt that in the vast majority of these cases, the guy knows he's a guy, at least by the time he hits puberty. And certainly these two know because they had an XY chromosome test done repeatedly, including a blood test, according to the officials in that World Championships, that told them they're men. They know. They, according to the experts, would not have any female interior, internal organs. No uterus, no ovaries, no fallopian tubes. There'd be no period, no breast would grow, and that's consistent with what our eyes show us when we see these two compete. But they do have male testes that usually are undescended, so when they are born, they may look female in the genitalia, and therefore many of them are raised as girls in the beginning by well-meaning families who don't understand what they have here. And then it becomes apparent later on as they continue to look more and more like boys, and then they hit puberty, and often the testes do descend, and something approaching a penis could start growing. And all of that deserves empathy and understanding and kindness and non-belief, and I think we're all there. However, it gets a lot stickier when they enter female sports, especially combat sports, and then remain in them after they know. Because this is not a question of elevated testosterone. They have perfectly normal testosterone for men. For men. They haven't done anything to manipulate their testosterone. It's not a matter of doping, in a way. It's a matter of biology. And you can do the same thing as an Olympian going and competing in the Paralympics. That's not allowed. They have able bodies, and you can't compete against people who don't have those same physical advantages. It would be unfair. We would recognize it clearly in that context. We choose not to here because the IOC is woke. Let me go back to the facts. They were asked to take these further blood tests. They did. They demonstrated chromosomes. This is from the IBA, International Boxing Association presser, that we refer to as ineligible results. That was further ratified, and they were removed. He said, we've got a document that was sent to both boxers, refers to the blood test. We're not able to give the actual blood test results here due to medical privacy, but both boxers signed our letter to show receipt. They had seen the XY. Both had the opportunity to appeal. The Taiwanese fighter chose not to appeal, but Iman Khalid did appeal. And he said we had further discussions with Iman, and we paid for most of that appeal, but Iman dropped it. And therefore, it was never actually adjudicated. Now I ask you, if you were an actual female, why would you drop your appeal? You were deprived of boxing in the gold medal round. You had made it through all the other rounds. You were about to fight for gold, and they DQ you for being male, and you drop the appeal. Why? Why isn't that novel reported? Wired. You've been absolutely disgusting. You're a tech magazine. For the love of God, stick to writing about computers because you don't know shit about fairness in sport. The IBA then sent a letter to the International Olympic Committee.
It's just gray here. We're going to get some rain later.
The test results. Summary abnormal. Interpretation chromosomal analysis reveals male karyotype, which means chromosome. Male chromosomes have been found. What happens with the IOC? They come out and double down. They don't care. They couldn't care less that the Boxing Federation is saying they're men. We tested it as a blood test and we told the IOC. Here is the IOC, again trying to gaslight us. Thomas Bach, the worst. He's the president of the IOC on Saturday.
Let's be very clear here. We are talking about women's boxing. And we have two boxers who are born as women, who have been raised as women, who have a passport as a woman, and who have competed for many years as women. And this is the clear definition of a woman. And there was never any doubt about them being a woman. And how can somebody being born, raised, competed, and having a passport as a woman cannot be considered a woman?
That man sitting there knows that they tested positive via blood test for XY chromosomes. He's alive. He's got an agenda. Moreover, the IOC at that presser came out, the same guy, and said, I repeat, this is not a DSD case. It's not a DSD case. Okay, so he's trying to say, no, they're not intersex, etc. This is about a woman taking part in a women's competition, and I think I've explained this many times. Guess what happened after the presser? The IOC had to issue a paper correction. The correction reads as follows. He said, I repeat here, this is not a DSD case. What was intended was, I repeat here, this is not a transgender case. That's it right there. That's the admission. It's a DSD case, which we know because they have XY chromosomes. They are men. It's not about elevated testosterone. It's about them being actual men. XY chromosomes, which you cannot get around. The doctor for the IOC, who's on the board of it, it's not the IOC, the International Boxing Federation, Dr. Ioannis Philopatos, came out and said it explicitly. Listen to this.
I try to say that the medical result, blood result, looks and say the laboratories that this boxer is male.
So he gave it up, even though the first guy who spoke for the IBF was like, oh, we can't be specific because of privacy. Then on comes the doctor, who's a board member for the Boxing Federation, and says, they're men. You've got, not for nothing, but a guy named Alan Abramson, award-winning sports writer, prior sports columnist for NBC News, saying he's seen the test himself and the letter, which the IBA concluded showed the boxers were male, and said it shows that Imane Khalif has the DNA, which is that of a male consisting of XY chromosomes. The lab results for each athlete depict the XY chromosomes photographically, and on it goes. The proof is, and the IOC was told. There is no way around this. I am sorry that these two got all the way to the medal rounds now. They're both guaranteed the medal because they've been beating women over and over, and they did so well that they're going to win. I'm sorry that they were allowed to do that and were falsely led to believe it would be okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. The one woman who was defeated by one of these over the weekend, you saw her hold up the XX with the fingers, XX, trying to say, I'm a woman. This is a woman's competition. And that's how it must remain if we are going to protect the safety of American women and all the other women who have to go into this already dangerous sport. This is not one of the risks they assume. Look at her. Right on. But you know what really needs to be done? I'm sorry. Don't box. The Italian woman who was defeated by Imane Khalif last weekend, she wound up issuing an apology, Charlie, for predicted it. An apology for speaking out against him. If the IOC let him play, I guess it's fair. Well, no, it's not fair. And I'm sorry, I guess these women have to worry about blowback to themselves, but they should also be worrying about the women who come up behind them. Because they, too, are in danger, and someone's going to get killed. The Boxing Federation and the boxing officials who've been told, one of the old female world champions, former, said Imane Khalif's not even a very good boxer. He's winning because he's male. And female pronouns are inappropriate in this context. The co-founder of the Independent Council on Women's Sports condemned the IOC. The cover-up and championing of male athletes in women's Olympic sports is the greatest sports scandal of our lifetime. Heads must roll within the IOC to account for this unthinkable justice against women. Couldn't have said it better myself. We're back in a moment. Going back.
Get ahead on the excitement at Danville Casino, future home of Caesars.
She is fired up.
As the resort prepares for its 2024 debut, enjoy everything from 700 slot machine favorites to 25 table games, including roulette, blackjack, and baccarat. Become a Caesars Rewards member and earn reward credits every time you play. The time to win is now. Take your luck to the next level at Danville Casino, future home of Caesars, Virginia. Gambling problem? Call, text, or chat at 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sometimes I see things from now through my underwear. Doesn't make me Madonna. Never will.
That was the great Joe Cusack in the movie Working. They're all trying to explain a basic premise of how you can quit death, but it doesn't change reality. Can we now discuss it?
Yes, I am listening to Megyn Kelly. Hello.
Children's book out now, Chasing Embers. It's YA, and it's really good. It's about pushing back on an overly controlling, tyrannical society that tells you to do something you know is wrong. So very timely. But remember that movie, right? That's basically the lesson that the IOC needs to hear.
You know, everybody needs to hear this. I don't know if you heard the story from Missouri this weekend, but the Lifetime Fitness Center is now being sued by the Attorney General of Missouri, thank goodness. Listen to this post. This is a guy who claims he's a woman. He walks into the ladies' locker room, and he says, a woman very caring confronted me in this locker room this morning saying it was inappropriate for me to be in there. Well, I answered every challenge when she eventually accused me of having parts with little girls being around, when the reality is there is no one ever naked in there, and neither am I. So immediately, I went to the GM and I had a conversation about the club's policy to make sure I was supported. That's when I learned that they'd fielded a bunch of calls from the previous day, which was leading to a multi-club meeting to figure out what to do. Net, the club is on my side and will attempt to educate their membership. I'm so sick and tired of people educating me. I'm an educated guy. I think I got it down. I even think I could get away and say, if you're saying that is a chick, you'd be insulting science, and that would be me. You're insulting me. You're taking on science. This is science, man. This is so easy, and it's just people have got to stop. I so agreed with you and Charlie Kirk last week when I heard you guys talking and saying, the girl, she turned around and she's like, I'm sorry, I apologize. No.
I know.
You have to make a stand because nobody's going to stand for you. Nobody.
They're so worried about blowback. And look, I'm hopeful that in time she'll get it. Look at Riley Gaines. Riley was the one who tied for fifth with Leah Thomas and didn't speak out in the moment. We knew that she was the person forced to let Leah Thomas pose with the trophy, not her. At the time, she didn't say anything. She's on, a team where there's pressure, and then Paula Scanlon was on the team with Leah Thomas, didn't say anything, and then shortly thereafter they did. Shortly there, they were like, wait, what just happened to me? So sometimes it takes a while for you to realize how badly you've been wronged. But this is like, now that it truly, Glenn, it's in combat sports, it's downright dangerous, and it's dangerous for the media to play along. They're all calling them she and women.
Well, it doesn't matter that it's contact sports, soccer. Wasn't there a girl that is now partially paralyzed? Yeah, volleyball. Yeah, I mean, jeez. I don't know. There's maybe something to this whole science and biology thing. And, everybody is living in this free world, and it's just enough is enough. It really is. And until the average American will stand up and go, yeah, no, that's a dude. And if it is a woman, a very ugly woman, but it's a dude.
That's the gaslighting.
Look
at these guys. They have no breasts. They are built like men. They are 5'10". They look like a man in every single way that you can look like a man. And we are just being told to say, it's a woman by a media that wants us to just go along out of kindness. But the kindness only runs one way, not to the actual women, only to men who say they're
right. And I don't know how women don't see that you really do have a man with his thumb on you all the time now. He's just calling himself a woman, and now he's made himself the head of all women's clubs. He gets special treatment. He gets to tell you exactly what he gets to educate you. Does that not sound like an abusive relationship? Does that not sound like everything the women's movement has always said they're trying to get away from the man who's just keeping me down? I got somebody who's beating on me. I can't fight back. I'm built differently than he is. Can somebody help me? Now we've just said no.
You have to take it.
Bigot. Yeah, you have to take it. That's not a man. That's a woman. What
We
kind of
turn
craziness
around
is that?
and you say thank you. And if you complain about getting punched in the face by a man, you apologize or we will ruin you. Here was Trump addressing this matter on Saturday at a rally in Atlanta. 7.
Harris is a radical trans activist, and she is the candidate of letting men beat up women in the name of tolerance. But if you look at what's happening over in Paris, it will never happen here. I will never let it happen. I will get all males off your daughter's soccer teams and volleyball teams and get them out of your locker rooms. once and for all. That's going to be cleaned up, and we will fight to make sure that the LA Olympics protects women and protects girls.
Good point, because it's coming here next. He's getting better at this issue, Glenn.
He is. I just, I was in LA this weekend, and I walked away going, there's no way to reach these anymore. You are putting the most radical senator in our history, somebody who's on record saying crazy things that every Democrat rejected the last time she was around. And now, because of Trump, they'll put her in. And they think that that's less dangerous than Trump. And there's no talking to them. There are parts of this country where it's mass delusion and a mental illness. It really is a mental illness. You go up to New York and you talk to anybody with masks, they're still wearing them. People are still wearing them. And somebody's got COVID. Right. Okay, they have COVID. I'm not afraid of COVID. Why are you still afraid of COVID?
And why are you wearing the mask inside your car alone? That's truly not well behavior. That's like, I don't know. It's crazy stuff. All right, wait, let me shift. I want to get, talk about that a lot. I want to get to the markets plan, because you're so good on this stuff. And this is, we're in a situation right now where we're looking at possible expansion, to use a mild word, of the existing war in the Middle East, as Iran is getting ready to strike Israel back, as the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah amps up. And at the same time, our markets are in free fall after what happened in Japan, where there was a 12% drop in their Nikkei index. They say the market response is a reflection. This is a director of financial services firm Monix Group. The market response is a reflection of the deteriorating U.S. economic outlook. What happened in Japan? He said it was a New York sneeze that forced Japanese pneumonia, and now we're over here dealing with, I don't know, like catastrophic COVID. I'm not sure where it is now, but it's terrible.
It's at least COVID. The situation is getting worse and worse because we are just spending all of this money. The Fed is doing this lie that they expect people, they do believe it, that they can help inflation by sucking some of those dollars back in through higher interest rates. That's how you do it. You take it in and you then burn that money. That's the way it used to be. You burn all that extra cash, and that would bring down inflation. But what they're doing is they're just taking the money from the average person and then stacking up in a little pile and saying, here, Congress, you guys can have this, and we're still printing more for you. The only ones that are hurting are the American people. They're having to pay higher interest rates on everything, and that money is being sucked and hoovered out of their wallet and their purses, and then given directly to an out-of-control government that is adding even more to what they've just taken from the American people, put it on the American people's tab, and then trying to convince us that, no, we're working on inflation. No, you're not. You're not working on it. You are the reason it's happening. And until Washington has somebody that is actually going to stand up and sees the people, hears the people, and knows that it is the people that should be his first concern, you're not going to get anywhere. But in fact, Joe Biden has done so many things that kick in beginning in 2025. And when you see those things kick in, if you think our economy is bad now, it's going to be worse in 2025. And that's without war. That's without any, big shock to the system. And I don't know about you, Megan, but, I've said before that these are the birth pangs of the things to come, which means we're getting ready to give birth to something that I don't think we want to see. And they'll get faster and faster. It feels like we're in constant labor pains right now. We're getting close. We're getting close to something.
There's a reason all these tech giants and Wall Street giants, one by one, have come out and endorsed Trump. They understand that this so-called recovery that we've been told we're experiencing, that the average Joe just doesn't feel it and is holding the Biden-Harris administration responsible for it, that we know it's not real, that we can see. And they've been manipulating the inflationary indicators so that they take out the most problematic ones to make the numbers look better. And the job market responses or the increases in jobs every month are also manipulated. They always come out high, and then when you're not looking a month later, they reduce them significantly. So the jobs that they added are lower than they said they were. That happened in 2 months. And then this month, they were way lower. They had to admit they were way lower than expected. And so now we seem to be on trend for new jobs, increasing unemployment. People still can't pay their bills. The stock market is tumbling. And that is why President Trump is out there today calling this the Great Depression of 2024. You can't play games with markets. Kamala crash. This absolutely could become an actual election issue. And I don't know, like, I'm not sure that they can do the propping up in the next to hide it.
You can. If it's just a mini crisis, I think we'll get through it. If this is the one that brings it down, and I don't think it is war. If war gets serious and we're all going towards war, that will be the final straw. Hopefully that won't happen before November, because I don't know what people will do. People have been lied to for so long. You know what's happening in Great Britain right now? That is a microcosm of us. What's happening on the streets right now is being so spun and so misunderstood.
No, actually, I will be switching to a quill at some point on this. I don't really have to concentrate that much using a brush.
That's not true, and that's not what's happening over there. They're about to go into civil war. England in civil war. Well, that's what's coming our way if we don't correct this from the leadership side. You can only take lies so long. Eventually, everybody sees it. And that's when usually guns come out, and you're going to shut up, you're going to do this, you're going away, you're going to be silenced, because you have to go into the Russia state or the Stasi state of East Berlin, where everybody knows the truth.
I just don't talk much when I draw. That's why when I do convention sketches, it shows it's difficult for me.
I want to show you in the audience something. Joe Biden was welcoming home the prisoners, the American prisoners who were in Russia's custody on the tarmac. You know, our actual innocent Americans who've been accused of crimes they appear not to have committed, welcomed back in exchange for actual criminals, an actual assassin among them, to Putin. I guess, I mean, we're happy our Americans are back, but we don't have to celebrate this as a good deal, as an effective negotiating tactic or deal by Joe Biden. Nonetheless, he gets out there and listen to what he said. Let's play softball. Question was, what do you want your legacy to be? That I cured the economy and the environment and a few other small things. I cured the economy, Glenn, as we're now, I mean, you know, we went back and just pulled the numbers, you know, 1.9 trillion in the COVID-19 relief when he first took over, 1.2 trillion infrastructure investment in Jobs Act, which was nothing of the kind, followed by 1.85 trillion Inflation Reduction Act, which was a true misnomer. That was focused on green energy, 369 billion for a climate initiative to reduce greenhouse emissions, promote energy technologies that no one wants. And he wants us to know he cured the economy. Tell it to my 401k.
Think of the arrogance of that. Just think of the arrogance that it has to say, and that I cured the environment. I don't even have the arrogance to think that all of us put together could destroy the earth. I think the earth would destroy us It's a living organism. It will purge itself of us before we could kill it. Can we do some damage? Yes, we can. Can one man cure the environment? Can one man in 350 million people and entrepreneurs and people with ideas and people who are mowing the grass and coming up with a new idea on how to fertilize that, and those farmers and the meat packers, really? You cured the economy. You did. Wow. Well, thank you. You know what? We should all go back a bit because it only takes one man.
They should get that on a campaign sign. No, but meanwhile, speaking of delusions, he's out there with his delusions of grandeur. And here's Kamala Harris. I mean, this is beyond measuring the drapes. She appeared in Houston to eulogize the late Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, who died of pancreatic cancer. Saw too.
It was Sheila Jackson Lee whose bill made Juneteenth a federal holiday, which as a United States Senator I was proud to co-sponsor, and then as Vice President, it was my honor with the President.
Okay, she's not the president. She may have been secretly acting as the president for who knows how long, we don't know. But now we're looking at possible expanded war with Iran in the Middle East, Glenn, and we actually do kind of need a commander-in-chief, and we need to know who it is.
Can I just tell you, why do you think those hostages that hostage deal was done? Kamala and Biden think that it shows them as great negotiation. No, Putin wants that deal because he wants them, not Trump. That's why he did a deal with them. He doesn't want Donald Trump. That's just another way of saying, you guys are great for us. Here, I'm going to make you look good in your papers. You guys run with it. You tell me, the world leader that has it out for America, that would like to see Donald Trump return to office. Do you think China does? I don't think so. Do you think even Pakistan or Afghanistan, the Taliban? Do you think Iran? The mullahs are like, geez, if we could just get past Biden, man. He's so tough on us. Do you think Syria, Russia, anyone that is our enemy is looking at those two saying, these are tough cookies. I thought Trump was bad, but boy, these guys got us on the ropes. Not at all.
Well, let me add a little color to that. Here she is more at Joint Base Andrews, where, again, same thing, Tarmac. For the first time in a while, since I think she became the nominee, presumptive, she had a chance to speak extemporaneously, not on script, not on prompter, and this is what she said. About 3.
This is an extraordinary testament to the importance of having a president who understands the power of diplomacy and understands the strength that rests in understanding the significance of diplomacy and strengthening alliances. This is an incredible day.
She said nothing.
Sandwich.
She said
She's an air sandwich.
nothing. However, you know, her father was a Marxist professor. She grew up in Berkeley. Tell me, average Americans, you voted Democrat, but you've never been like on board like, hey, I'm with Hamas. And you're just a regular Democrat that loves the country. I believe you exist, but you haven't really popped your head up at all. Does it sound like a good idea that somebody who grew up with a Marxist professor at Berkeley as their dad, and then when says things like, you know, we just have to, if we can unburden ourselves from those things of the past, we'll be able to see the future, whatever that is. That's, you know what she's saying? She's saying, let's just forget about everything we've ever learned. Let's forget about science. Let's forget about all this foreign policy nonsense. We could just do anything.
Kamala Harris is an idiot. I'm sorry.
You're a girl, and you're a girl, and you're a girl, and you're a boy, but you can have
That talk.
No.
oh, the democracy is great because of the diplomacy, democracy, blah, blah. Oh, but she used to be a district attorney. So what? That's there can't be dummy district attorneys.
Marxist statement. She is a Marxist.
There's an X account called Real Developments that I reposted it today that tweeted out, your 401k is getting unburdened from what is done. Well said. Good point. She was with Joe Biden. I mean, between the two of them, does anyone trust them to handle this? The economy, what's happening in the Middle East? I mean, I certainly don't. You've got him looking off into the distance. He has the mouth, all of it. She's making no sense with her word salad. And then now some are saying that's not what he was doing, but he boarded the plane that the hostages got off of, and it certainly looked like he may have confused it for his plane. He wanders off from the group. He goes over to the plane. He goes up the short steps in the middle of the plane, and he comes out 2 minutes later. And everyone online was saying, did he think he was getting an Air Force One? And it's very possible with this man. And then some pushed back, including the White House, saying, actually, he just went on board to say hello to those who had remained on the plane.
No, he didn't. He got on the wrong plane.
I don't believe that. I have to tell you, since when did they let the president wander around an airport hangar or an airport in general on the hangar and just randomly go and be with a security force with people on board a plane? That doesn't happen every day, and I think people should be pressing.
I think he used the Sharpie on that cover.
They're like, oh, the White House said he was visiting a reporter who said, yeah, there were still people on the plane. That doesn't speak to it at all. What his intention was, he was lost again, and he has to handle our Dow, the Fed, Israel, Iran, etc.
Russia. By the way, have you read Annie Jacobson's book Nuclear War?
No.
You need to, or at least have her on. It is the most terrifying thing. We haven't thought about nuclear war, at least since I was a kid.
Aren't I reading
and
Chasing Embers next? That is the Glenn Beck young adult book that I want to read. First Chasing Embers and then Nuclear War.
Yes. Well, they both have embers in the storyline. But she takes you through minute by minute what the president has to do from launch from, in this case, it was South Korea or North Korea. It was North Korea. And all of the decisions that he has to make in 6 minutes. There is no way this guy is capable of making those decisions. I don't care if he could run a campaign. He can't run the water to take his own bath. He is not capable of being president and all that means at this time in our nation's history. When will people start bursting this little bubble of theirs of, well, it's always been this way. It'll always be this way. Oh, I don't like him, but it's going to be fine. What reality do you live in? What kind of bubble do you think covers the United States from insanity?
Yeah, who's going to decide whether we want to step in and fight Iran? Who specifically? I want a name. Jake Sullivan? Because I didn't elect him. No one elected him. And by the way, with this whole nonsense of he just wanted to go on board. Why did Kamala go with him? If it was hey, don't forget the other people who were on board this plane, why would she have gone as well? The guy was wandering. He's got a history of wandering, and the media has a history of lying to us about the wandering. I don't believe it. And speaking of media, Glenn, let me take you to this. It's not just the left-wing press. Peggy Noonan, who I have a lot of respect for, but my God, what a just pile of poo in her column this week. She's writing about Kamala Harris, all right? Let me give you an example. She's a born performer. She knows what she's doing when she's campaigning. She's less sure of what she's doing when she's governing, but she gets a race. Running for the 2020 Democratic nomination, she wasn't good at strategy or policy, but the part involving performing and being a public person and speaking with merry conviction, she gets that and is good at it. She's beautiful. You can't take a bad picture of her. her beauty, plus the social warmth that all who have known her over the years speak of, combines to produce radiance. Radiance. It is foolish to make believe this doesn't matter. I love Peggy, but she
Wasn't that
really
the
has missed
wasn't that the
the
word?
reports about the bullish.
I know, and I believe radiance is what Charlotte used for Wilbur as well. So
And
I'm
terrific.
sure that's terrific. These people, it is. I remember growing up with the old Soviet Union and thinking, how do people believe what Pravda says? How is it that these people believe all of these crazy things that we know are not true?
Let me ask, okay, so Pravda's here again. It was there in 1560.
Yes.
Trump won. 2020 was extraordinary because of COVID. But now here we are in 2024. Nothing is unusual. The press is running cover for Kamala. Yes, it's going to be another basement campaign, which did work in 2020. But it's a different kind of basement. They allow her not to give interviews, not to debate, not to be one-on-one with with a press conference, etc. And they try to get us to the point of early voting, at which point, the horses left the barn. Republicans have won before. Donald Trump won, notwithstanding all of that and more. So how are you feeling about 24?
I was feeling good when it was Joe Biden, obviously. But after my trip to California, I had a very good friend that I really, really respect. And he just said to me, Glenn, please, do you really think Donald Trump is a good man? And I said, actually, I know him. I've not always been his fan. I don't like some of the things that he does. But yeah, I think he's an extraordinary man who never shows that side because he thinks it shows weakness. And it's wrong. And I've talked to his son about just that very thing. And even his son is like, Dad, no, please. When you meet him, he's a very good man. He's a really nice guy. He's a showman. He's the guy who would sit at the end of the bar with a little mustard on their shirt and be like, I gotta tell you what. But that is who he is. Yes, I do believe he is a guy who cares about our country. On the other hand, I don't think that Kamala or Biden doesn't even know where he is, or Obama actually cares about the country if it's burdened by what has been. They can see a new utopia that they want to create that none of us have voted for. They can see that, and they like that America. But that requires all of us to change everything. I don't know how people don't see that, but I really don't think they do. It's going to be close, and that's bad, because then we turn into Venezuela even more than we already have.
Can I tell you about Trump? This is a small story, but my son has a buddy named Leo, who's a big golfer. He's only 14. And he goes down to Mar-a-Lago and he does golfing there. And he saw Trump on the golf course and said, he was the president, and he introduced himself. Well, a few weeks later, he was down there again, and he went into the store on Mar-a-Lago property to get something related to golf. And the president was in there. And do you know Donald Trump remembered his name and said, hey, Leo, how you doing? And they struck up a conversation immediately. I'm sorry, but those you never hear those stories told by, that's so sweet. It's a 14-year-old kid.
He doesn't know
it's going to be important to him.
Biden doesn't, he walks into a room, he doesn't recognize Jim. So, yeah, and when I think you should end that story with, and Donald Trump never before or after that sniffed Leo's hair. So.
Oh my gosh, Glenn.
Crazy.
Now it seems like a really good time to pray for our country and each other, and I'm going to do just that, my friend. Lovely to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you so much.
Don't forget to buy the book, okay? It's called Chasing Embers. It made the New York Times. young adult hardcover bestseller list. It is, quote, an epic story of two teenagers faced with a life-altering decision. Do you comply with a tyrannical regime, or do you choose freedom and liberty? Sounds like a good thing to have your kid lead forward. No? Chasing a pipeline. We're going to be right back with the latest on a key case of lawfare against Donald Trump. That J6 case just.
I don't know. I thought Kamala was. Hey, Joe. I thought Kamala was Jamaican, black on her dad's side, and Indian on her mother's side. Her mom raised her up in Canada. And guys, honestly, I know she's authentic and everything because I saw the video yesterday of her buying records, some of her favorite recording artists from a record store. So can we just stop with all the Kamala's not black talk? We know she is, guys.
Subscribe now, get your first 3 months for free.
Go to SiriusXM.com/MKShow to subscribe and get 3 months free. That's SiriusXM.com/MKShow and get 3 months free. Offer details apply.
Get ahead of the excitement at Danville Casino, future home of Caesars, Virginia. Now open. As the resort prepares for its 2024 debut, enjoy everything from 700 slot machine favorites to 25 table games, including roulette, blackjack, and baccarat. Become a Caesars Rewards member and earn reward credits every time you play. The time to win is now. Take your luck to the next level at Danville Casino, future home of Caesars, Virginia. Gambling problem? Call, text, or chat at 1-800-GAMBLER.
Small business owners. Spectrum Business knows you do it all. Make sales, track inventory, and keep your customers happy. Keep it all going with Spectrum One for Business. For just $49.99 a month, get fast, reliable internet, advanced Wi-Fi with Security Shield, and a free mobile line for 1 year. Visit spectrum.com/business to get internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and a free mobile line for a year for $49.99 a month. Visit spectrum.com/business today. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
There is movement against Jack Smith's federal election case against former President Trump. Yes, they're still pursuing that. Just 1 month after the Supreme Court issued its landmark immunity decision, the lower courts got the case back and wasted no time restarting things. In a rare weekend decision, Judge Tanya Chutkan not only rejected the Trump legal team's effort to dismiss the case, but she also set up a hearing for next week. Joining me now, one of former President Trump's attorneys in the DC case, John Lauro. He's the owner of Lauro & Singer. John, welcome to the show. Great to have you.
Welcome. Good afternoon.
So, boy, Judge Chutkan, while she's supposed to have been on break, in the pendency of the Supreme Court's decision 30 days after, was writing decisions and getting ready to resume with a fervor against Donald Trump. What did you make of her decision over the weekend, refusing to dismiss it for, what was the term? Malicious prosecution?
Yeah, I mean, we sort of expected that this case would be put on a fast track again once it came back from the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court decision was just an outstanding one by Justice Roberts, and it was really brilliantly written. I know that President Biden has criticized it, has been trying to politicize this issue, and really attack the Supreme Court unfairly, but we think this opinion was sound, certainly supported by the Constitution, and most importantly, it protects the presidency in times of great challenges and enormous issues, both domestically and internationally. So it was a great decision. We also had previously moved to dismiss on the grounds of selective prosecution because objecting to an election is something that Democrats have done for years, and it's never been prosecuted. We wanted to preserve that issue. As you mentioned, the judge did not agree with our position, but again, that's something that ultimately could be decided going up on appeal. But right now, we're focused on executive immunity. That's the main issue that the court has to deal with. And as you mentioned, we'll be back in front of the judge on August 16th.
So the problem that Jack Smith, the prosecutor, has, he has a couple problems. Number one, he's got the immunity decision, and that may greatly affect the J6 case, which was decided in the Florida case that Trump was immune.
Hey, Chris, thanks.
Case too. It's also a federal case, same prosecutor. So it's very possible Trump will be immune in the J6 case too for a large portion of the acts he's accused of. Secondly, Jack Smith is the same federal prosecutor in both cases, and he was DQ'd down there because she said you didn't have proper authority to bring this case. You're not a constitutional officer with the blessing of anyone in the U.S. Senate or the president specifically. So what's going to happen next? Because I think most Trump fans were hoping the J6 case would go away for one or both of those reasons, but it hasn't.
There's a number of issues that the court will have to decide. The first one, which you identified, is whether or not Jack Smith is a legitimate prosecutor and whether or not his appointment is in accordance with the Constitution. Justice Thomas recently wrote a concurring opinion in the U.S. v. Trump case where he said that Jack Smith is not a legitimate prosecutor because he was not confirmed by the Senate. He didn't go through that vetting process. And moreover, his appointment violates the appropriations clause since he could spend a lot of money without any congressional approval. So that issue is also going to be important in the Washington, D.C. case. There's an appellate decision that's against us in Washington. On the other hand, there's no such opinion like that in Florida. So we may have a situation where we have two competing courts making different decisions on whether or not the prosecutor is legitimate, believe it or not. And in that situation, ultimately, it may be up to the Supreme Court to determine whether or not we even have a legitimate prosecutor, one who's able to prosecute a case.
Now, what about immunity? Because the court found that a president has immunity for a whole host of acts, his core constitutional duties and some of his official acts. And now the dirty work of figuring out what he's accused of in this J6 case begins. The legal team admitted at argument some of the things he's accused of are not official acts. They gave a few of those away. And I know Andy McCarthy's been saying all along, why wouldn't Jack Smith just re-indict the case with just those few items? Because you and I both know he's desperate to get a trial, if not before November, then at least before January. So why wouldn't he just do that?
I can't speak for Jack Smith, but I think if he did that, there would still be issues relating to executive immunity that would have to be developed and decided by Judge Chutkin, who I believe will follow what the Supreme Court has indicated. So the chances of a trial before November are non-existent. That's just not going to happen. If Jack Smith decides to get a new indictment, that's something we'd have to deal with. But the bottom line is that the most important issue right now is the parameters of executive immunity. The reality is that a lot of government officials, judges, prosecutors, police officers have degrees of immunity. That's nothing new in the law. What the Supreme Court said is based on our Constitution, we have to give similar protection to a president. So a president is not restricted in some way from acting appropriately in exercising his executive function. And the Supreme Court, I think, struck a brilliant balance on how to do that. So as you say, Megan, some issues are absolutely immune. For example, when the president is faithfully executing the laws, when he or she is engaging in some kind of foreign activity, all of that is immune. There's other areas that might be presumptively immune when the president makes policy statements or is using the bully pulpit. And then there's areas that are completely not immune, which are personal acts. President Clinton lying to a deposition, in a civil deposition. That's personal. So all of those things have to be sorted out. But as you say, it's going to be a massive undertaking over the next several weeks or several months.
So what is likely to happen? Because we've been watching and wondering all along because Jack Smith seems so determined, and frankly, so does Tanya Chutkin, the judge, to get some sort of verdict against Trump ASAP. What's likely to happen next? Is there a realistic chance that they could get something tried? Either a slimmed down, re-indicted case Or they're talking now about like a mini trial where they would just be parading terrible witnesses for Trump in front of the judge for the next few weeks. Just to remind people, January 6th was bad, just in case you didn't know it was bad. It was super, super bad, and Donald Trump is bad too. What are the odds of either one of those things taking place before November, and then let's do the expanded before January? Because I know there's been speculation that he won't stop. If Trump wins, that won't stop him. They'll continue trying to get the guilty verdict before he's sworn in.
That's a lot to address, but you hit all the important points because number one, there are Democratic operatives out there. Many of them are former federal prosecutors like I am, who are making really, I think, outrageous statements and unfair statements suggesting that there should be a mini trial to try to embarrass President Trump in some way and use it as an October surprise in the election cycle, which I think would be totally inappropriate and adverse to every principle of the Department of Justice policy. And then there are other Democratic operatives, including, a Congressman Raskin saying he wants to take this all the way to January 6, 2025. And when President Trump wins the election, he wants to challenge that election in Congress. So we're dealing with political operatives that very much want to use the court system to their advantage. I believe that our judge will follow the mandate of the Supreme Court, which was very clear. The court was very clear that these issues have to be dealt with deliberatively, carefully, and transparently. And there's no rush to judgment here. So there's a lot of issues that need to be decided, a lot of issues as to whether or not an act is an official act or an unofficial act, but it's got to be handled within the four corners of the Supreme Court's decision and not based on any political agenda. What is striking here is that traditionally the Department of Justice has not taken any action during the campaign season that might influence an election. So I'll be interested to see what the department's position is, or I should say the special counsel's position is with respect to whether or not they want to litigate during a campaign season. But candidly, that's the reason why a special counsel should be vetted in the Senate and subject to Senate confirmation. So senators can ask these types of questions. Are you going to use your power for some kind of political process? Are you going to use it in accordance with the Department of Justice guidelines, or are you going to do something different? None of that was.
I think I know the answer to this. I think the answer is it's pedal to the metal and to get Trump. That's obviously been their goal all along. But can I ask you, because Judge Chutkin has been going along with it, she seems very excited and gung-ho to keep going as fast as possible. She even said she would cancel her European vacation if necessary to try the case. But she's just gotten her hand slapped by her big bosses. Not just the ones right above her, but the ones who have the ultimate say on all matters legal, those 9 justices, or at least 6 of them, which is a majority, who said this cannot be rushed through. They basically said what you just said, that this must be a deliberative process, and it wasn't. Like, she didn't do it. So now, do you think realistically she could fast roll it through to some version of a trial between now and January?
Well, you're never going to get me to criticize the judge I'm appearing before, so I'm not going to do that. But I will
Just tell me about her possibilities.
Well,
objectively, what could she do?
What I will say, first of all, I think she's going to scrupulously follow the Supreme Court decision. And what the Supreme Court said is that we need a full record before we can make this call. This is the first time in our nation's history that there's been a prosecution like this. So we're in uncharted waters. But the Supreme Court said very clearly, we want to do this deliberatively. What we need is a full and complete record that we can look at to make these decisions. So undoubtedly, this case is going to be back before the Supreme Court at some point with a full record. The difference is that when you have the J6 committee, no one cross-examined any of the witnesses. It was political theater.
Adam Kinzinger was there. Liz Cheney was there, John.
Well, they didn't have me there. So it's going to be a different environment. But the one thing that I'm struck by in
What's up, Lake Kick?
space for a year is
This is page 26. I'm using a Raphael #2. I think they'll pay DAC and CD. If they don't pay DAC, I don't care either way.
This time around, there will be thorough and complete cross-examination, even if it gets to that point.
I've got less than a minute left, but I gotta ask you this. It seems to me the lawfare campaign has been a disaster for the Democrats and the prosecutors. In a nutshell, why do you think that is?
Well, I think what Americans want is for this election to be decided in the ballot box, not in the jury box. And I think Americans are looking forward, not backward, and they really want the issues to be discussed rather than legal cases that somehow take candidates off the campaign trail. So I think the bottom line is that many Americans feel that President Trump has been treated unfairly in these proceedings. When you look at what happened in New York, when you look at what happened in Georgia, there's a real sense that these state and local prosecutors are simply using these cases for political purposes, and they're just not comfortable with that.
So much so that it makes me wonder whether they really will pursue them hard because they've just blown up so badly in terms of public opinion. John, thank you. It's great to have you on. Please come back.
Thank you. Good to see you.
All the best. And tomorrow we're staying in the legal arena with Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch on the show. How about that? Very cool. Don't miss that. Thanks for listening to The Megyn Kelly Show. No BS, no agenda, and no fear.
Small business owners. Spectrum.
Alexa, cancel. All right. Let's see. Do this guy. If you're new to my channel and watching, thank you for joining me today as I'm trying something new where I'm working on a page from Kor-Drath, The Awakening, doing some inking live, or if you're just watching a replay, it's live for you. Kor-Drath, of course, is my latest Indiegogo book. If you haven't heard of it or checked it out, go check out the link pinned to the top of this chat or in the description to learn more about it and support the book. I've been drawing comics for 30 plus years, finally doing my own stuff, and any support I can get in regards to buying a copy of the book on Indiegogo would be fantastic and much appreciated. So yeah, there you go. There's my little spiel as I'm inking because my podcast ended and I don't know what I want to listen to next. I haven't thought that far ahead. That guy back there, I just inked his Volmag, if you're curious. All right. Yes, this is the ink I showed you. Jimmy Reyes would be done by now with nibs. Maybe. I don't think nibs are that much faster because you have to dip a little more frequently than you do with a brush. But maybe. Oh, he's got a cape. I actually just realized I drew some background right here, and there won't be any because that's his inside of his cape. That would be very bad. Silence is deafening. Alexa, play Metallica.
Shuffling Metallica and similar artists on Amazon Music.
Metallica. What? Yeah. Faster. My daughter loves this song. Shockingly enough. My line work is so good. Oh, thank you so much. Very excited for Kor-Drath 2. That's awesome. Thank you. Guys, any way to help get the word out for Kor-Drath 2 would be fantastic. Got to get this book to Six Figures Young Lady. The last Kor-Drath did that, and I really want this one to do it too. Dennis and I are very proud of what we're doing here. Besides sharing the link on social media and stuff, I really don't know what else to do to get the word out about Kor-Drath. So, of course, any ideas would be welcomed. Woo, it's noon. Three hours of inking. I think the game's been underappreciated too. I don't know if any of the other guys are into role-playing stuff like that, but I hear what you're saying. I'm at a loss on how to get the word out more about it. I like this whole background with a brush. Why not? On the other side of the door outside, we're seeing a building pretty far in the background, so not a lot of detail on it because you want to push it back. Give the illusion of depth. Got some trees back here. I'll do these nice and light. Another tree behind that one. Look how that sets back so nice. Of course, his feather cape, if you remember him from the first book, is mostly black. A little highlight on it. Thank you, Marcus. Any shows to go on to get the word out. Volmag in this last panel is saying, "Enough! We must go prepare for the upcoming battle. Follow me." Or something like that. That's why I let Dennis write the dialogue. Not quite sure my dialogue would cut mustard. Oh, I know. It's online presence. I hear you. I don't know. Dennis and I have talked if we should do more live streams a week. His cape is basically a lot of furry type feather stuff, so I can use the brush to slap in the black areas of his cape thing. Take Kelsey Shannon's spot on Graybeards. I don't want to take anybody's spot. Well, if you're in the Charlotte area this Sunday, it is the Charlotte Comic-Con Sunday. Dennis and I will be there. I will be going in and doing more with whiteout to show some wood texture, and I am going to draw some wood texture or ink some wood texture on these planks as well. Just not there yet. All right. Cleaned out the brush. Time to do something else, pen-wise. I would go to Charlotte, but my in-laws live there. The whole town is off limits. Oh, Kelsey is hilarious. Pop culture takes as talking comics is a very nerdy niche thing very few watch. I hear you. There's the brush. All right. Now, before any of you ask, this is a Pilot Namiki fountain pen. I'll show you. I don't use this for everything, but it has a flexible point. And this is the most expensive fountain pen I own. It cost about $150, but it's never clogged. I've had it for over a decade. So it's good for real. Well, this is an extra fine, which I use for doing like this faux wood texture. Well, it's not faux wood texture, it is wood texture, but like I said, I'll cut back into the shadows with whiteout to add a little more depth. Oops, I forgot to do a shadow right here. There. So the panel's almost done, but not quite. Yeah, Jimmy Race has 14,000 subscribers. Man, I would love to do that. Hey, I didn't say to get impressed by my pen. Hey, what's up, Gary? Thank you. Sweet brush inking from you. That's awesome. But now I'm just using this little pen. I do pen rendering. I like it for hair and stuff. And this guy has a hairy chest and tum-tum. What would you guys like to see from a live stream? That's probably a question I should ask, since you are the audience. No. Never see. Have I tried the pendering? Let's see. I think you're talking. Let me see. You mean this one? I use this one every now and then for stuff. So, all right, let's see. What else do I want? Oh, now I'm going to use a dip pen, because the dip pen I'm going to use can get more of a flex than this one. I struggle with this stupid dip pen. I'm trying to remember what nib it is. Let's see how it goes. Let's see if I struggle today. Yeah, see, look at, oh, there it goes. It's not a one. I don't think it's a 107. I have them. I have a box of them. I just have to look. I like the contrast between the pen and the brush. Let's see. I'd like to see you demo a live stream of his ab workout. Yeah, I could do that. Here we go. Ooh, I like this song. Gives me all I need. No. Creative Faye, hello. Anywhere. I totally forgot. This is what I meant to do with the pen when I first got it. Dum, dum, dum. Na, 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 na. Come on, here we go. Oops, turn my light box on. Very sensitive. Splat. I have to make that work somehow. Every now and then I do glow effects like this. And every now and then I leave it up to the colorist. It just really depends on how I'm feeling. Survive. Hello. It's not a 102. It might be a 107. A 102 goes into the smaller pen holder. This is the larger pen holder. And it's more flexible than a 102. I think it's a 107. I'd have to look. I have a few of them, so I'd have to look at the box. One of my favorite Metallica songs. Love that song. I don't remember the name of the song. I wish I did. Seek and destroy. Ran out of ink. Come on. This is one thing with the nib. I got to always check to make sure it's dry before I put my hand back over it.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Yeah. Hey, it's my chair. Not much I can do about it. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me a desire. Oh. Man, I had this in high school. Jungle. We are going to go see Borderlands Thursday night. Whoops. There we go. Bring you down. Oh, that's cool, creative. Oh, Twisters is, oh, that's good to know.
spite of everything that we've been through, when you say black, I say white. It's not about who's wrong, as long as it feels right. Don't think the stars won't lie.
I got some more brushwork to do on that panel. I might try something here. There's a little reflected light bouncing back in. Let's see. I don't like this. I'll just fill it in black. All right, once I fill that area in black, I'll be able to know if I want to keep going with it. Oops. Most of the rest of him is black, so I can do that with the brush. What's up, Doc Brewski? Come on. Sanitarium. Go back, Kor-Drath the Awakening today. Sanitarium. Damn it. Sanitarium. Oh, thank you very much, Torchbearer. I appreciate that. I got to look at some reference from last issue for the inside of this building. So, rinse the pen off. Then I use a little clean piece of, a dirty piece of tissue to wipe the excess ink off. And now I need to look at something from the previous book. Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay, that's one thing I need to see. That shall be dry. Gotta draw a door hinge. Gotta make sure it's in the same place that it was in the last book, because that's how OCD I am with stuff. I'll just be black anyhow. I get a pencil in. Oh, yeah, that's right. All right, let me do that. So I always pencil with a ruler. So I do all the pencils with a ruler, but when I get to the inking, and I remember where the point was here. when I get to the inking, I do that freehand because, this is supposed to be old world, I guess you could say, or whatever, not modern. Right. I think it's back to the brush. All right. Guys, you should feel special. I usually eat lunch around 11:15, and I didn't feel like stopping the stream, so look at that. All right, let me see. That's black there. Oops, I forgot to do a little texture. All right. Door hinge. Here I am. Oh, I forget to do the highlights or the blacks on his strap. I knew there was something I was forgetting. Oops, I could do that too. bed. So white out there. Make this thicker. Oh, yeah. Lodine74, love seeing the process at work. Well, thank you very much. I hope you went and backed Kor-Drath, The Awakening. This is what this art is from. I would appreciate everybody's support on the project. Whoops. But yeah. Squeaky chair. Let's see. All right. I gotta do a little more pen work for the wood texture using my Pilot Namiki fountain pen. Oh, come on now. There it goes. All right, what the heck? All right. So I don't want to do these wood planks black, so I'll just do them gray with the quote-unquote wood texture. Damn it, come on. It's a good thing about black borders. You can use them to get your pen flowing. Little wood texture there. These small planks don't get any. These get just a little bit. And then as we get to the background, this line work wood texture will get less and less to indicate the depth. I will thicken the space up between the planks. And back here, I want it to be grayer, so even though I will do, so I don't want that bright white back there. And then, let's see. I think it is the old Tombow Furanasuki. So for like this effect I did with the brush, just to kind of make it a little snappier. I do a little stuff with the brush pen. I also go back in with white out. Just adds a little look to it. I don't know. I like it. Like that. And then I think I'm going to gray out. This is the back of the axe. So we're behind it, and then the camera moves over and we see the front of it. And I'm going to gray that out some. So just really subtle. Just give a little contrast between those two sides. And then, let's see. For this part of it, because if you've seen the book in color, this part is brown, and then the axe obviously is a gray. So, screw it. I'll just do this. because this is going to be glowing green, that gem that's in the axe handle there. Oh, damn. I meant to... Yep, I need to get my brush out. I thought I was done with the brush, but I forgot one thing on this guy. Okay. I'm going to do a little shadow under his arm. And I also want to do, I got to make sure that, yep. Do a little fine rendering like that. I also want to do it here. And on his cheek. There. Just looking. Cleaning the brush. All right. Nice. Thank you. I like that effect. Really nice. Oh, thank you. Those brushes are cool. Yeah. All right, guys. Guess what? I've got to basically erase and then do some whiteout, but I'm going to eat lunch before I do that. And before I eat lunch, let's see. Hello. Is this not? Let's see. All right. Hey, this is difficult because I can't see. All right. So thanks for joining me. I hope I'm in the camera focus. I really can't tell because I'm not looking at my screen. This is annoying. I'm just going to go back to my desk like this. Guys, thank you for joining me. Wow, almost 5 hours. Well, you got to see me ink a page. I've got to erase it. I've got to do some whiteout, scan it, all that fun stuff. Alexa, cancel. But thank you for joining me for these past few, whoever hung out the whole time. I appreciate it. Guys, go back. Kor-Drath, The Awakening. The link is in the description below. Also, go back Christmas, Kor-Drath, A Christmas Miracle, the children's book as well. And thank you guys for joining me. This definitely actually went by quicker for me, inking wise. It felt like it zoomed by. I guess it's because I had my virtual friends, my virtual company, accompanying me on this inking process. So thanks, guys. I appreciate you all. Thank you for watching. And let's see here. Trying to see something here. Oh, that's it. Okay. Well, thanks for watching, guys. Tomorrow, the Dennis and Andy Show, Christian Blatt, we do a deep dive into Deadpool, Wolverine. Spoilers abound. See you then. Thanks for watching. And again, go back, Kor-Drath, The Awakening. Bye-bye, everybody.
Ha ha ha.